Mamati, let's start, ma.
Yes, ma'am. Please wait a minute. Hostess is starting the conference, ma'am.
Kindly give me a minute, everyone, as I'm starting the conference. Good morning, everyone. I am Juveria, your host for the day, and I would like to welcome you all to the second International Conference on Research Trends in Engineering and Management, shortly known as ICRTEM-22. It is jointly organized by the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering, the RR Institute of Technology, Bangalore, and the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. Now, to say a few words about our organizers. About RR Institute of Technology, it was established in the year 2008 under PKM Educational Trust. It is recognized by the AICTE New Delhi, and it is approved by the Government of Karnataka and is affiliated to Visvesvaraya Technological University, Belgavi, Karnataka. The institute offers 6 UG courses leading to BE in CE, ME, EEE, ECE, CSE, and ISE. And also research programs leading to MSc Engineering by Research and PhD program of VTU Belgavi. RRIT got accredited by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council in the year 2018. With a vision to be a respected and sought after education institution, RRIT is very much engaged in equipping individuals to be capable of building learning organizations in the new millennium. The institute maintains a synergistic relationship with the industry through MOUs where the RRITians are given opportunity to work on life projects. Next, I would like to talk about IFERP. The Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP Forum constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publishers of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analysis magazine. Here we have a short video for you on IFERP.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA. fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals as an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Thank you for playing the video theme. Next, I would like to talk about the conference, the reason that we are all gathered here. The second international conference on research trends in engineering and management aims to be a top-notch forum to discuss the current progresses in engineering and management fields, together with the recent developments based upon new concepts and advances in modern engineering and management. It provides an excellent platform to research scholars, scientists, engineers, and students from universities and industries worldwide to present their ongoing research activities, thus fostering further research relationships between universities and industry. You are being granted with the opportunity to participate in the conference as authors, presenters, sponsors, exhibitors, or listeners. We are sure that your participants will be rightly rewarded as we look forward to your virtual presence. Next, I would like to welcome our dignitaries. A warm welcome to all our honorable dignitaries. Firstly, I would like to welcome the beloved Principal Dr. Mahendra KV, RR Institute of Technology, and Dr. Sunita HP, Professor and HOD, Department of ECE RRIT, Bangalore. Next is Mrs. S. Swetha, Manager, IFERP Technorite Research and Development Association, India. I would like to welcome our keynote speakers, Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University, Jaipur, and Dr. Sailesh Iyer, Professor and Dean, CSE IT Department, Rai School of Engineering, Rai University, President RUIIC and RU Nodal Offices, GSIRF, Ahmedabad, India. Next, I would like to welcome all the session chairs that will be presiding over our technical sessions today. Dr. Shiva Shankar, Professor, Department of ECE RRIT. Dr. Anita R, Associate Professor, Department of ECE, East Point College of Engineering and Technology. Dr. Anita N, Professor, Department of CSE BNMIT. Dr. Manjunath R, Professor and Head, CSE RRIT VTU. Dr. Madhu Palati, Assistant Professor, Department of EEE BNMIT. Dr. Kumar R. Rao, Professor, Civil Engineering RRIT. Dr. R. Uma, Professor, Department of CSE Sri Sairam Engineering College. Dr. A. Meenakshi, Assistant Professor, CSA SRM Institute of Science and Technology. Dr. Reshma V.K., Associate Professor, CSE, Sri Krishna College of Engineering and Technology. Dr. Shivakumar Swami N., Professor, CSE RRIT. Emmanuel Rajaratnam, Associate Professor, ISE RRIT. I would like to thank you all for joining us and imparting their expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our technical session chairs and presenters from reputed colleges of India as well as from the abroad, who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Sunita H.C., Professor and HOD, Department of ECE RRIT, who is the convener of this conference, to share a few words about the second ICRTEM-22 conference. Ma'am, please go ahead with your keynote.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all for the second ICRTM, International Conference on Research Trends in Engineering and Management 2022, organized by RR Institute of Technology, Bangalore, in association with IFERP. RR Institute of Technology was set up with the mission of imparting education to all sections of society, was established in the year 2008 to render highest standards of academic achievement with moral and social commitments. Converting the idea of providing high quality education combined with excellent infrastructure into a reality in Indian context, RR Institute of Technology have proved the capability of placing students after completing their course in prestigious organizations across the country and abroad. We are currently running 6 UG programs and 5 research programs. I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to our Honorable Chairman of PKM Educational Trust, Shri Y. Raja Reddy Sir, Honorable Secretary, Shri Kiran HR, Honorable Director, Shri Arun HR in their absentia. I extend a very warm welcome to our Honorable Principal, Dr. Mahendra KV, who has always been a motivation and support to us. The main objective of the conference, is to present with the latest research and results of the research community related to electronics and communication engineering, electrical engineering, computer science engineering, information science and engineering, biotechnology, mechanical engineering, civil engineering, basic science engineering, and Master of Business Administration. May I request the participants to kindly mute? Yeah, thank you. Please mute yourselves. Thank you. The conference will feature virtual paper presentations as well as keynote speeches by prominent speakers who will focus on related state-of-the-art technologies in the areas of the conference. The context of the conference is to foster as well as exaggerate the research culture among academia and industria, facilitated by sprinkled out ideas by exchange of the intellect during conduct of the conference. Furthermore, the intent of the activity is to let the folks acquaint with transcendental growth, recent trends, innovations, and security issues involved in the domain of communication technologies, sustainable smart electrical systems, high performance computing, big data, social media, hardware software design, advanced software engineering, Internet of Things, e-governance, etc., and their impact on societal applications through various brainstorming sessions. The conference will facilitate the young researchers, industries, and research agencies, especially those who are carrying out their research work in the aforesaid domain of computer science, information technology, electrical, electronics, communication engineering, with valuable discussions in order to make the outcomes more realistic. I, on behalf of all of us, would declare the conference open. Hope you all will have a good time here and get benefited by the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. Next, I would like to call on Mrs. S. Veta, the manager of IFERP Technorite Research and Development Association of India.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Very good morning to the distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, committee members, participants, and students. On behalf of IFERP, it's a great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegates, speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young researchers, participants, and students all around the globe from different.
Can I please request the participants to please be on mute?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead, please.
Yeah, and students all around the globe from different walks of life who join here to share their knowledge and vast experience in this impressive international conference on research trends in engineering and management, organized by RR Institute of Technology, Bangalore, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. When borders are closed and travels are restricted, the technology gives us the opportunity to share our knowledge and present our works using virtual platforms. Moreover, I honorably welcome our Chief Patron, Sri Y. Rajareddy, Chairman, PKMET, patrons, Sri Kiran HR, Secretary, PKMET, Sri Arun HR, Director, PKMET, Conference Steering Committee Chair, Dr. Mahendra KV, Principal, RRIT, and Convener, Dr. Sunita, HT, Professor and HOD, EC and EEE, RRIT. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to express my deep appreciation to our eminent speakers who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. I welcome our keynote and invited speakers, Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University, Jaipur, Dr. P.K. Jain, Director, InSpace, Ahmedabad, and Dr. Sailesh Iyer, Professor and Dean, CSE IT Department, Rai School of Engineering, President, RU IIC, and RU Nodal Officer, GSI RF Ahmedabad. Along with our speakers, I welcome all the steering committee members, organizing committee members, publication committee members, event management committee members, technical program committee members, session chairs, distinguished guests, eminent scholars, delegates, participants, and students of this fruitful second international conference on research trends in engineering and management, who presents both breadth and excellence in industry experience, in university research, and in government policy making, and reflect their broad interest, excitement, and concern across society in how engineering, science, and technology will influence our shared future. Engineering, science, and technology has become the emerging trends of challenges for all of us. For engineering professionals, scientists, as well as researchers and academicians, with the main purpose to the development by media, by technology, and by application, areas of engineering and technology plays an important role to bridge the harmony of the human well-being and nature through the new advanced technology. The second conference, International Conference on Research Trends in Engineering and Management, goal is to provide the knowledge enrichment and innovative technical exchange between international researchers, scholars, and practitioners from the academia and industry in the field of engineering, science, and technology, as listed at the related topic of interest. We encourage all of you to actively participate in the discussions and hope the conference can provide a good platform in the exchange of information for the development and innovation, as well as new collaborations between scholars, academics, scientists, and practitioners. I hope you will have the most productive days of interesting and stimulating discussions. I sincerely wish that this conference will be a great success, not only as a chance to share knowledge and experience in smart environment management and solutions, but also as the beginning of long and fruitful cooperation and friendship among fellow educators devoted to the most meaningful and worthwhile task of technology, teaching, and training our youth who will shape our future. This is a room full of experts on engineering, science, and technology and management. So in case you are wondering, I'm not one of them, I would like to, however, to open the day with a few observations about why this work matters so much and how I hope we can all make a difference. This time, if we want the advance of technology to benefit everyone, we must proactively and thoughtfully reinvent the future of work. Reinventing the future of work needs to be a whole society effort, and finding long-term solutions will require ideas and initiative from every quarter. Getting this right way may be among the most important and inspiring challenges of our time. And it should be a priority for everyone who hopes to enjoy the benefits of a society that is healthy and stable because it offers opportunity for all. I'm convinced that those offers leading and benefiting from the technology revolution must help lead the way to a future in which technology works for everyone. I believe IFERP can continue to be a leader in this work, and I hope many of you will seize the opportunity to join us. IFERP is one of the largest professional associations is on its way to digitalize innovation process through our professional networking services and thus providing an integrated virtual scientific community, mutual engagement, exploring potential of researchers, creating a cooperative and collaborative academic environment. Moreover, more than 82,000 members and 420 universities and institutions are associated with IFERP, utilizing our services in the field of engineering, science, and technology by organizing and providing international conferences, publication assistance, research assistance and guidance, student, professional, and institutional membership aid schemes, international workshops, chapters, guest lectures, faculty exchange programs, short-term training programs, webinars, scientific conference management systems, etc. IFEP publications have shown marked growth in terms of global outreach, impact factors, downloads, citations, quick decision rates by the peer reviewers, number of submissions, and stringent acceptance rate. IFEP is a leading publisher of scientific articles in Scopus, SCI, ESCI, Web of Science, and indexed journals. IFERP has stepped in and enstitched strong network in Asia, Middle East, and in many European countries. While concluding, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better ways of educating our future leaders. I take the opportunity to welcome each of you and express our gratitude in your agreeing to participate in the conference. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task to that end. I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinators, organizing committee members, advisory committee members, and session chairs. I welcome all once again on behalf of the entire IFERP group for the second International Conference on Research Trends in Engineering and Management. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this wonderful scientific event. Stay safe. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mrs. Peter, for your words. Next, we are glad to invite our Honorable Principal, Dr. Mahendra KV RRIT, to address the gathering. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Good morning. A warm welcome to all the delegates and faculty members for this second international conference in engineering and management. Say my thanks to Institute for Engineering Research and Publication people, the journal, who have given a wonderful welcome address, especially highlighting about how the journal goes and how much they are associated with technical institutes. And very good introduction by Shweta, manager, IFERP, Technorate Research and Development Association, in India. First of all, once again, thanks to them. Coming to the conference, good number of papers have been received by the committee, and I hope it gives a very good option for all the researchers who can discuss in detail about the innovation happening, the research opportunities happening, the facilities available at various places, and they can share and do wonderful things, wonderful job, wonderful research among themselves that will be beneficial to the student community and also to the society. Once again, congratulations to the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering for organizing such a good conference, the second time International Conference on Research Trends in Engineering and Management. Congratulations to HOD and her team. And also, congratulations and thanks to Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your speech. Can I please ask the participants to please be on mute? Participants, I understand that we are gathered here today to express our knowledge and to take part in the expertise that is being shared today. But I request you all that until your turn comes up, kindly please be on mute. So on that note, I would like to declare that we are moving on to our keynote sessions for the day. Thank you to Dr. Sunita, Mrs. S. Sweta, and to our Honorable Principal, Dr. Mahindra KV, for giving us a wonderful welcome to all the listeners and participants. Next, I would like to welcome our keynote speaker for the day. It is our immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University, Jaipur. Professor Dr. Abhay Kumar, all right. Please give us a minute as the team has some information for me. Thank you everyone for holding on. So we had a bit of technical glitch. So as I had announced, we'll be moving on to our keynote session. Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University, Jaipur. Professor Dr. Abhay Kumar is the Vice Chancellor of Pratap University. He has more than 39 years of experience in the field of education. He has been an entrepreneur for 3 years and has worked in this industry for over 16 years as a senior manager personnel. He acquired his PhD from the Department of Business Management, HNB Garhwal University, Srinagar, Garhwal, and has completed his MBA from Motilal Nehru Institute of Research and Business Administration, the University of Allahabad. Professor Kumar has a keen interest in the field of marketing management, strategy being his forte, and he has more than 20 years of experience in teaching and research. He is the author of several research papers and has also been the keynote speaker, chief guest at a number of conferences and seminars. Professor Kumar is a member of numerous bodies related to higher education, is on the boards of management and advisory boards of many institutes and universities. I would like to call on Professor Abhay Kumar to address the gathering with his knowledge.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Fatima. Am I audible to you, I hope?
Sir, you're audible and visible to us.
Yeah, thank you. At the outset, I wish to express my sincere thanks for this invitation as a keynote speaker for the second International Conference on Research Trends in Engineering and Management, organized by RR Institute of Technology, Bangalore, and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. I have had a very long association with IFERP and have been in the various conferences which they have been doing in the past. So it is always a pleasure to be a part of any conference which is supported by IFERP. Now, my sincere thanks to Dr. Mahendra, Dr. Sunita, and Mrs. Shweta, and of course, Mrs. Fatima, with a special note of thanks to Mr. Karthik also, who has invited me here personally. So before I start with the basic keynote speech, I would like to say that there would be many deliberations. There are so many distinguished guests here, speakers, think tanks, thought leaders, and academicians, students who are all here today, dignitaries who are here present on the platform today. So I would take a very different direction. I would try to take a different direction to research because, you know, people would be simply be talking about many sort of methodologies. There would be various research papers on which we have to talk about. So all the technical issues will be dealt by many, say those who are very distinguished in their fields. So I would like to start with saying that the higher education system connotes academic institutional bodies, which include universities, colleges, and maybe even skilling those schools which are being used as vocational schools. Now, these bodies, in simple terms, prepare professionals for all sectors of the economy. In any vibrant system, the institutions of higher learnings are enablers of research, innovation, and entrepreneurship, addressing various problems which are faced by society, nations, and prepare individuals for lives and careers. This is what is being done. Now, thus they play a very important role in shaping our future. Now, higher education has an essential role in advancing the pillars of sustainability. I think that is a particular word which I would catch in today's keynote speech, such as democracy and social justice, and that all research paradigms can support institutions in fulfilling this role. Now, the value of this electric position is that it allows all research paradigms to be seen as valuable depending upon the particular questions, issues, and problems at hand. However, in my opinion, a key issue in this regard is the choice of criteria for determining what research needs to be done and is likely to be of most benefit to human as well as non-human nature. Now, what criteria are most apt for deciding the sustainability questions, issues, and problems to research? No two institutions are alike. And within institutions, I believe that no two schools are alike. The distinction applies even more strongly when we talk across cultural and national borders. Higher educational strategies for advancing sustainability need to be developed by individual systems and institutions, each individual institutions, like for example, RRIT or maybe Pratap University, Jaipur, so that they remain to be locally relevant and culturally appropriate as well. Now, the criteria for deciding research issue also need to be locally relevant and culturally appropriate. As I said, sample guidance for developing such criteria are provided in the principles of documents such as the Earth Charter, which calls on us to act and conduct our research in ways that respect Earth and life in all its diversity, care for the community of life with understanding, compassion, and love. They build democratic societies that are just, sustainable, participatory, and peaceful, and secure Earth's bounty and beauty for the present as well as future generations. Now, target 4.3 of Sustainable Development Goal, SDG 4, addresses specifically equity in higher education, aiming by 2030 to ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical, vocational, and tertiary education, including the university. Now, higher education also forms an important part of other goals related to poverty, which is SDG 1, health and well-being, SDG 3, gender equality, SDG 5, governance, decent work and economic growth, which is SDG 8, responsible consumption and production, SDG 12, climate change, SDG 13, and peace, justice, and strong institutions, SDG 16. Now, why am I harping on these sustainable development goals? Because in the present area, research has to be directed, keeping in mind the sustainability factors. Now, the higher educational institutions have a major role, and so the researchers have a major role in contributing to the SDGs by preparing lifelong learners for the challenges of the 21st century. Recently, in a conference, there was a very, say, highly academically distinguished professor and former, say, head of the AICTE, who said that why not establish a school for interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research within the institutions? Because, you know, research is not just to add a DR before our name. Let me be very candid sometimes. We have to understand that research has to be percolated into society, either in ways of goods or services. Ultimate objective is to come into society in the forms of goods or services. So the collaboration between, say, higher academic institutions, industry, and all other stakeholders have to be simultaneously done. Now, when we talk about, say, more than ever, collaborative research and open science are needed to contribute to the recovery and resilience of societies, connecting education to other sectors, such as health, employment, or the environment. This we have seen during the COVID times, that every sector has become interrelated. This is why the circulation of knowledge and research between education systems is very necessary. Now, the ultimate impact of migration to, say, for artificial and machine-assisted intelligence is in many ways unforeseeable. We have to do it, but it is certain to be fundamental. This revolution will come to play over decades even, and every 6 months technology is modified or changes. Because of the accelerating nature of technology and the rapid spread of information in today's world, we must begin now to prepare for its impact and indeed to help shape it to positive ends of society. And here is where the role of the researcher is going to be very important. Now, it will not be an exaggeration to say that modern day so-called progressive approach of human beings towards life has been more inclined towards material gains rather than proper inclusion of issues like environmental conservation and sustainable development. I can say it even for myself that to a certain age, I was not aware properly what would be our sustainable goals and how we are going to achieve it. So first of all, let us discuss the interlinkages between the various terms of research we are using, like for example, engineering management. Maybe I would tend to include science also in it. Now, where science is a pure area of academics and research, say, which can be called or named by other synonyms like something fundamental or basic or conceptual by its nature, it can be safely concluded, in my opinion, that the progress and success of all engineering advancements vastly depends upon the advancements in basic or fundamental science research first. So this has to be strengthened. Now, when it comes to management, let's say individually, I would say I'm a man of management, therefore allow me to say so that a very interesting and short definition of management strikes my mind, wherein the word management itself denotes manage, men, and technology. So small but interesting definition perfectly fits and interrelates the main components of the theme of this conference. The interesting interlinkage between these areas can be further scrutinized from one more interesting angle. Now, with the advent of the Industrial Revolution and concepts like economy of scale, mass production, etc., our traditional ways of, say, managing business were all bound to witness sea changes which we have seen. And it will not be unfair to say that most of the engineering and science progress has been to facilitate management and various human affairs, particularly business related, in a better and more effective manner. Now, with all these deliberations, it is not difficult to relate the above simple definition of management with the ongoing discussion, say, related to these aspects in the context of research and sustainable development and environmental conservation. Now, I've taken this topic, I have digressed it a bit so that we understand where and how we have to do our research. It has been pointed out earlier, say exactly that in the blind rush towards say any technology, say for example engineering, we have to help and aid management and have somewhere gone wrong as far as sustainable development and these environmental related issues are concerned. Now, not much back, I'm intentionally saying not much back because the relative context which I have in my mind is the age of Earth, and few centuries doesn't mean anything. In fact, absolutely nothing in comparison to the age of the universe and Earth, which no one knows precisely. So few centuries back, the entire globe, meaning thereby all countries on this earth, were agrarian in nature. So-called developed nations, say of the modern era, were far from their current outlook and say their appearance in terms of technological advancement. In fact, 500 years back, India was having 25% of share of international trade. And we were one of the best researchers in terms of the Vedas, in terms of the Puranas, which we had created. So now at present, we were reduced to hardly 1 to 2% and others to the position which we enjoyed centuries ago. So how did it happen? Allow me to say so that during the British era, maybe we were all subjected to a certain pattern of education in which we were supposed not to become thinkers, but we were supposed to become followers. So when we talk about research in the modern era, in the particular context, when we take the new National Education Policy 2020 also in view, I have been going through the posts of, say, Professor Jagdish Kumar, who is the chairman of the UGC right now. He has been writing on these issues, say, profusely. He has been saying that when we talk about higher education, we have to talk about higher education in terms of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary research. Because this is how the entire country is going to change. This is how we are going to become Atmanirbhar. So what sort of Atmanirbharta do we envisage in the future? Now, there were so many, say, theories by economic theorists. Say there were so many environmental dispositions. No one on earth had ever imagined that a time was fast approaching when the people would have to move with oxygen masks when they come out of their homes. And this is going to happen. This is happening even sometimes, somewhere. The pollution index has gone so much. So what do we need to say harp on research on? We have to harp on research. We have to promote researchers to look into these societal issues, do their research on some subjects, and let the environment be better. Let's support the government, support the NGO, support the society in getting something which we would not have got earlier, because research has been very limited and the direction of research was very different till now. Now, in the modern times, I would say that the Stockholm Convention of 1972 is considered as a landmark convention wherein a serious realization came to fore in relation to the issues surrounding environmental conservation and sustainable development. Since then, year after year, a number of conferences, conventions, and seminars are being organized at international and national levels. In many, I have attended almost, say, about 300 to 400 webinars and conferences where I have been guest of honor and chief guests in the COVID era. Let's not simply talk about research. Let's get it once again, IFERP, translated into the fabric of the society. so that it is good for the citizens of the country. Now, I know that my time would not be of that nature. I think I would be suffocating my time very soon. But then again, I once again like to reiterate that I had gone through a LinkedIn post during the COVID era. It just comes back to my mind, which was posted by Honorable Prime Minister Modi at that point of time. He had said that there are 5 principles: the new business, work culture, and any walk of life, whether it is research, whether it is entrepreneurship, whether it is innovation, whether it is medical, whether it is say any other stream or line of work culture, whether it is business or trading, even trading. So this work culture should be based on the vowels of a new normals. As in English, the vowels are very important in terms of fabricating the language. Thereafter, these 5 vowels are very important for in the Indian context, in the global context, in the times to come. The first was in AEIOU, the first was adaptability. He said the need of the hour is to think of business lifestyle models that are easily adaptable. So we have to consider that we have to adapt our research modules in such a way. For this, I think we would have senior researchers acting as mentors to junior researchers. That is why maybe the individual I had talked about, who is a distinguished academician, he has talked about even to the extent of establishing a school of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research in every institution. Second was efficiency. PM Modi touched upon a topic many all over the world are already contemplating. It is said that efficiency is not just the number of hours one puts in at the office, but the output. That is not efficiency, but effectiveness. So let's, as academicians, say concentrate on effectiveness also, apart from just putting the number of hours. The third would be inclusivity. Any model that focuses on the care of the vulnerable sections of society as well as our planet should be an important part of the new normal design, he had said. He added that the pandemic had highlighted the need for low cost and large scale healthcare. Now, this is again where research comes. Well, even innovations to make sure farmers have access to information, machinery, and markets. I have seen many young researchers, many young innovators who have taken, say, okay, excuse me, anyway. So many young researchers in the country who have come together, who are engineering graduates, they have come together, binded together, and they have done research in terms of bringing products into the market, which have been very essential. And it has been very successful also. So we have to harp on this. Then we have to talk about opportunity. Now, rather than playing catch up, India must be ahead of the curve, said Modi, adding that we must think how our people, our skill sets, and our core capabilities can be used in doing so. So for that matter, not only the country, but every individual institution must understand the core capabilities, the core skill sets, the inherent skill sets in the students, the teachers, and we must orient our research towards those directions. The last he talked about was universalism. He said that just as the pandemic did not see any race, religion, color, caste, creed, language, or border before striking, so our response to it, or our response to any business venture, any research area, should also come from a place of unity and brotherhood. Now, I'll tell you why. As researchers, even senior researchers, tend not to share the way they have done their research. You know, mentorship is something very different. When we talk about, I'm a very strong proponent of the age-old Guru Shishya Parampara. That is, we must have to handhold our students, our researchers, our faculty members, if we really want India to be Atmanirbhar, if we really want orientation of research in a particular direction. Now, as the world continues to rely on highly technical and continuously evolving technologies, now apart from human capital, I think technology would also be important. The need for the digital skills to match also increases. That is, we have heard of STEM. So have you heard of SMAC? Social, mobile, analytics, and cloud. This is a term which has been coined globally even now. Although it may seem like we're being bombarded with digital buzzwords, being digitally literate offers capabilities beyond what was once thought possible when it comes to emerging technologies such as AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, and data science. So our researchers must also be adept in the changes in technology. Every teacher, every faculty member, every researcher has to upgrade, update himself or herself. Now, one thing which I believe is, say, earlier, say, when I had done my MBA, completed my MBA in 1980, many of us were not born at that point of time. It was a corporate ladder. I had specialized in marketing and strategy, and I became the vice president of a corporation, of a company. And then I left my organization. With a particular skill, I climbed that ladder. Now that is not so. That ladder has become a corporate maze. Likewise, it is not only for the students, it is not only for the managers, it is for every individual who has to upgrade, update, even the faculty members, even the vice chancellor, even the deans, even the HODs, everyone has to upgrade, update himself or herself. And that is the most important thing right now. I'll give you an example. Say about a year or so back during the COVID times, I personally talked to many of my alumni. I asked them, are you feeling let down in the corporate as right now? Somebody said, sir, I'm not able to climb down to the middle management level. I'm not able to upgrade myself because it is said that we are lacking these aspects now. So we gave them free certification courses. Now, what those students did was, in the corporates, they helped our students in the universities not only to get a job, that is a very different thing. Getting a job after doing a course may be easy, but creating a career path is what is needed. So they helped our students in terms of industrial research, what the industry requires. We had sent our students to the industry to do research work. Now that is very surprising because sometimes it is said that the industry will not allow people even during internship to enter the inner realms of the basic tenets of the industry. It is said so. But then we were fortunate to have those alumni in the middle management level, having been there since long, because Maharana Pratap group, of which Pratap University is a part, is more than about 40-50 years old. This university is still young, having been established in 2011. So what I mean to say is this is an era of collaboration. Whether it is research, whether it is teaching, whether it is industry, every individual has to come together. Now, Albert Einstein himself had said that I never teach my pupils. I only attempt to provide the conditions in which they can learn. So we at the higher education institutions must first provide the environment in which research can be done. This is my thought process. When we provide an environment in which research can be done, now what do we mean by that? We don't have to give a swimming pool. We don't have to give all those amenities which you think may be good for a student to take admission in a particular college. This is what the thought process now is. But a student would, of course, go out into the environment and by word of mouth would tell people that, yes, this is the institution where research is being promoted, where innovation is being promoted, where entrepreneurship is being promoted, because entrepreneurship is also may become a part of the research activity. Because whenever we invent or innovate something, this is research at the background. Without a business plan, without anything, I don't think maybe an angel investor comes into foray, but these are very smart people who will not invest a single dime till they are aware that this idea is going to succeed. So overall, research, the meaning of research, in my opinion, sometimes become very different. Now, we can say that education means, maybe this is what the national education policy says, that we have to make a concise setup of our course curriculum, that we have to compress it, converting into more in terms of learning, so that a self-regulated learning and growth mindset module for higher education and lifelong learning is established. This is exactly what the national education policy tells us. Now, focusing of skilling of teachers as a teaching coach rather than only a teacher who's teaching with a chalk on a whiteboard. This is, we have talked a lot about. Now we are talking in terms of, say, course outcomes, program outcomes. this is also maybe a part of the teacher understanding that, say, we write that what would be the outcome, where would the student be after 5 years from now? Let me touch ourselves in our hearts of hearts as teachers and say, have we ever found out in the next 5 years what our student is, where our student is in terms of those program outcomes, in those terms of those course outcomes? I have established a procedure at Pratap University, Jaipur, wherein we track our students. We find out whether they have benefited from those course outcomes or not. We have industry people as mentors on board. And therefore, sometimes we ask our faculty members to conduct research in areas so that it may directly benefit the students when they go out into the corporate fabric or into the society. If somebody opens a shop, for example, has he or she done any action research on what sort of say investment has to be made, or he has simply just because seeing across the board that there are many people, somebody has done a diploma in pharmacy from Pratap University, goes and opens a shop. It should not be at random. It should not be just like one shot. He must have prepared for it. And this is again where teachers and researchers come into fore. So research is a very broad subject. It cannot just be constricted or restricted into writing a thesis, into producing a document, get it checked by 2 national and 1 international, say, faculty, for instance, and get the award of the PhD. That should not be the end to it. Or maybe even publish a part of the thesis in 2 or 3 index journals. I would like to laud IFERP because, you know, this organization has been doing yeoman's service to the areas of research in engineering, management, and even science. By the way, they have been conducting these wonderful conferences in which sharing of thoughts and views comes into fore, and we even learn, unlearn, and relearn many things. And this is one aspect which again is being talked about: learning, unlearning, and relearning. At my age, for example, will you believe me, I didn't even understand what Excel was and what Word was at one point of time. But then I took it upon myself that I have to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Now I can do anything on the computer, even put formulas and do things at this age. So it depends upon the individual. I had to do certain research by myself. Nobody can teach you everything. So you have to sometimes personalize your learning, and that we have to tell every student and every researcher to go out and personalize learning first. Example. For example, when we talk about spirituality also, we say that these experiences are different for every individual. It cannot be the same for everyone. Therefore, the outcome of the research project, say for example, cannot be the same for everyone, cannot be the same for every environment, every culture, every this thing. Even the meanings of words, even the say meanings of different sentences changes drastically from country to country. Something which is taught in China, for example, a word which is being used in China may be considered good, but in Japan it may be considered as a curse. So we have to understand these things, that it has to be local as well as global. Now, certain skills which you talk about have to be there if we want to be good researchers. Now, I'm just putting a broad framework so that when it comes to technology, it comes to basics. I think many of the plenary sessions would be discussing on those issues. Now, the world, the expectations of employees and organizations have undergone a considerable change once we navigate a period which no one has experienced before in the past 2 years. Yeah. Now, organizations are, as I said, reprioritizing their skills they look for in a candidate. I believe the 4 key skills which stand out, whether for a student, teacher, or even a researcher, and I'm talking saying researcher: proficiency with technology. But we have moved to remote working in many ways. So the ability to manage work in the digital environment is a must. We are evaluating candidates on their attitude and aptitude towards technology. This is what we are doing at Pratap University also. When we have a person applying for PhD, we first look into the fact whether he or she has an attitude or aptitude towards technology or not. The soft skills, they have always been in demand and are more relevant right now in the present environment. Today, people are required to collaborate remotely. We place great importance on soft skills such as communication, problem-solving abilities, and adaptabilities, without which research cannot be conducted. Third would be emotional maturity, which is one's ability to understand and evaluate a situation instead of reacting to it, is more crucial than ever. Never react to a situation. We tell everyone, respond to a situation. This is a necessary skill to manage relationships within the organization as well as with the various stakeholders, customers, vendors, whatever the researcher may be doing. Now, even in a team of skilled, high-performing professionals, say a team research is being, for example, every individual will have to identify and manage his or her own emotions, and he or she must be able to solve misunderstandings and conflicts that could be detrimental to the success of the venture. Then a global mindset. Now, organizations are constantly looking for candidates who can understand the complexities and nuances of the global environment and collaborate across geographies with ease, as I said earlier. Now, the entire world is at a crossroads. Now, there is disruption beyond imagination. I've been to other countries in the West and Europe and seen that there's a disruption beyond imagination. We cannot even think sitting here. The processes and strategies are changing every minute. The process of recruitment is no different in this say aspect. We had to learn to adapt and change our strategy accordingly at the institutional level also. Digital is the new world order. From recruitment to onboarding, the entire process has now gone digital. I've been recruiting people directly through Zoom or Google Meet meetings, at least the juniors or middle management level faculty members. Now, PhD vivas dispositions have been done online. Even now, it is being done. So what is required is that we have to, every faculty member, every staff, every researcher must be digitally capable, digitally literate, and should have computational thinking. Judgment and decision making should be correct. Emotional and social intelligence must be there. A creative and innovative mindset. Now, all these things have to be judged. Say in the last 4 or 5 minutes which I have, let's talk about the 4th industrial revolution, which was defined by evolving technological trends, is already taking shape and has immense potential to change the life of millions of people globally. Now, our educational institutions preparing the students or researchers to succeed in an environment that is increasingly evolving? Are we? That's a question I would like to pose say before every institutional leader. Are the learning systems, say, fostering curiosity in a young mind, young people, adopting future-focused learning approaches and establishing strong educational partnerships? Now, I'll tell you one thing. Sometimes we talk only about institutions having partnerships with foreign universities. Of course, that is very important. We should have international partnerships. But what about domestic partnerships? Can't we help each other, collaborating each other through our areas of strengths and supplement our areas of weaknesses? Now, I personally, Pratap University has struck, say MOUs with some domestic universities as well in the country. You know why? Maybe we are in a position of strength. We know that international universities are going to come to India. We should not fear it. The best will survive. Those who upgrade and update themselves will survive. And so collaboration becomes very important. Even research collaboration becomes very important. So I would now close at this note that this is a wonderful conference which has been organized by RRIT and IFERP. My best wishes to the proceedings for the next 2 days. And thank you so much. Mrs. Fatima, I think I have closed my discourse. Do you want me to speak more or should I close it now? Mrs. Fatima, are you there?
Thank you for your speech, sir.
Any queries, it's open to participants. You can ask the questions.
If there are any questions from the participants, I'm sorry, my system might has had technical issue.
No problems, Mrs. Fatima. I'll take it from here. Are there any queries? If not, you can even write to me on my email ID, which is my official email ID, vc@pratapuniversity.in. You know, at this age and at this juncture of life, I think everything which not only me, but the people like us have to do is to help the society. That means help the students, whichever institution they may be from. I don't mind if they're from other institutions, they have been writing to me also. So if you don't have any query right now, or if you are feeling a bit shy in asking anything, you can write to me also on my email ID. Thank you so much. So there are no queries. So Mrs. Fatima, I think today Mr. Karthik had asked me because I'm presenting from a hospital where one of my family members is there. So I would like to exit, if you don't mind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time.
Thank you
of
so
course,
much.
sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
So that marks the end of our inaugural session. Thanks to one and all who have participated in this, and thank you to all the speakers who have given their warm welcome and have shared their knowledge with us. And thank you to all the listeners who have listened to us today. On that note, we will be entering into our technical sessions for the day. First, I would like to request all the participants to kindly please turn on your camera so that we can take a group picture. So I request the participants to please come on camera for a few seconds so that we could take a group picture. I see lots of different faces. Thank you so much. This is a wonderful memory for all of us as part of being the conference. All right, so we will go ahead with the picture. So on my count, please everyone give us a good smile. So 1, 2, and 3. All right, thank you everyone for your wonderful cooperation. And you could turn off your cameras if you are uncomfortable. But thank you so much for coming on camera upon our request. Now, before we start the technical sessions, I would like to inform you about the breakout room. So the track 1 of technical session 1 will be happening here in the main hall. So track 1 will be happening here in the main hall. Track 2 and track 3 will be happening in the breakout rooms. So the breakout rooms have been opened and they will be happening. So you will get an invitation to join the breakout rooms. I once again repeat, track 1 will be happening here in the main hall, whereas track 2 and track 3 will be happening in the breakout rooms. You would have received a request to join the breakout room. If not, you can click on the breakout rooms option in your Zoom and join your respective breakout rooms. We will take a few minutes as all the participants are going into their respective breakout rooms. Track 2 and track 3 participants, kindly join into your respective breakout rooms.
I'm not able to see the option how to join the breakout room.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Whoever has spoken up, could you please be a little clear? Your voice is breaking out.
Ma'am, I am not to see option.
Ma'am, on the bottom.
I to join
Ms. Rekha, I believe you are speaking, but your voice is very unclear, ma'am. You could join the breakout room. You have an option on the bottom of your Zoom. It says breakout room. You can click on that, and as you scroll down, you could see which room is there, and you can join into the specific track room. All right, to make things a little easier, let me read out the track 1 participants that should be present here in the main hall. So authors are the first paper for Akshata Kesanur and Aravind Chavan. Are you here?
Yes, we are here.
All right. Then next is Asrarul Haq Maktedar. Asrarul Haq Maktedar. Sanika Rawate. Do we have Sanika Rawate? Ali Abdu Ali Hassan Humadi.
Yes, ma'am, I am here.
All right, thank you. Mayuri Kamate. Mayuri Kamate. Dr. Vartika Sharma. Dr. Vartika Sharma. Shushmita Mukund Kirsur. Shushmita Mukund Kirsur. Janani Bharat. Janani Bharat. Abhilasha Varshini.
Yes, ma'am, we are there.
All right, thank you. So the participants who have read out are in main hall. So kindly please stay back while the others you could shift to your respective tracks. Do I have Sanika Rawate?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Mayuri Kamate. Dr. Vartika. Dr. Vartika Sharma. Shushmita Mukund. Okay, I would like to invite our session chair, Dr. Anita. Dr. Anita N. Dr. Anita N. Ma'am, are you here? Dr. Anita N. All right. In the meanwhile, as our session chair is joining our session, I would like to inform the participants that kindly respond when I call out your name so that I know you are present here to take up your presentation. I repeat, kindly respond on audio or through chat so that I know you're present here for the session. To all the participants you will be having, let me inform you about your presentation time. So each of you will be having a presentation time of about 10 minutes. So 10 minutes would be for your presentation. Dr. Anita ma'am, have you joined us?
Yes, ma'am, I have joined.
All right, thank you ma'am. Welcome to our session. We
Thank
will
you,
be
ma'am.
just starting our technical session shortly, and I'm just giving out the instructions to our participants, a few guidelines to be followed.
Okay, ma'am.
All right. So I would like to inform the participants that you will be having 8 minutes for presentation. That is 8 minutes to present your paper and 2 minutes to answer any questions from the session chair and the audience. I repeat, it is a total time of 10 minutes per participant, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for question and answers from the session chair or from the audience. I would like to say that please sort out your technical issues beforehand, and we will call out your name 3 times before moving on to the next presenter. And kindly put your presentations on the presentation mode while presenting here on Zoom. I hope the instructions are clear to all the participants, and we will be starting our session shortly. Before we start our session, I would like to give all of you a small brief about our session chair. Dr. Anita N, Professor, CSE BN MIT. She has 20 years of teaching experience and is also a corporate trainer at Cisco, Saplex, EMC2, and Wipro Technologies. She has completed her PhD from BTU, ME from UVCE, Bangalore University, and BE from SRSIT. She has one scholar completed PhD from BTU under her guidance and currently has 4 scholars who are pursuing PhD. Her research interests are data mining, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data analytics. She has published 25 research papers in reputed journals and international conferences and published 1 patent. She has served as a technical program review committee of many international conferences across India. She has served as a session chair for many international conferences, and she is also a reviewer of many reputed journals. Ma'am, it is an honor to have you with us today, and we hope you will judge the session with fairness and justice. With that, we declare the technical session to be open. Without further delay, I would like to call upon our first presenter, Akshata Kesanur and Aravind Chavan. Their paper title on Staff Leave Management System and Attendance Tracking using IoT.
Yes. May I share the screen?
Yes, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
I would like to, yes, just a minute. So I would like to request only the track 2 participants, track 1 participants to stay back here. The rest of the participants kindly proceed to your respective breakout rooms. Just as a quick reminder, Akshita and Aravind, before you start your presentation, I would just like to quickly read out the participants list. So kindly please hold on for 1 minute. So Akshata Kesanur and Aravind Chavan, Asrar ul Haq Maktedar, Sanika Rawate, Ali Abdu Ali Hassan Humadi, Mayuri Kamate, Dr. Vartika Sharma, Shushmita Mukund Kirsu, Janani Bharat, Abhilasha Varshni. I have 9 participants here for the track 1. Kindly, please, all the other participants proceed to your respective breakout rooms. All right, Aravind and Akshata, please start your presentation.
Can we start?
Yes, please start your presentation.
Yeah, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. So for today's conference, our topic is staff leave management and attendance tracking system using IoT. So for this, I, Arvind Chauhan from BMS College of Engineering, and my teammate is Akshata Kesinur Gurunath, and our guide was Nalina V. She is an assistant professor in BMS College of Engineering. Yeah, going to the abstract of our project. So the proposed system consists of a web application which has 2 major functions. So basically, the first one will be the attendance marking, and the second will be the leave management. So what we'll be doing in the attendance marking is we'll be doing it using RFID and geolocation, so that the data collected, so the data is collected and stored in the database from the Google Sheet, which can be viewed by admins, in the sense the HODs can be admin, or HODs can be the admin, so for keeping the records. Whereas in the leave management system, what we'll be doing is the employees or the staff, they need to log into the application for applying the leaves and check if the leaves is accepted or rejected by the higher authority. So the another approach was to detect the staff whether when they enter the geolocation. So basically, what we'll be doing in geolocation we'll be creating a geofence of the area. Once the staff enters the geofence, we'll be tracking it as a attendance marked or not. Yeah. Coming to the description, the main objective to build the web application was to reduce the paperwork. As we know, any staff in the present world, whenever they want to apply for leave, they write a leave letter to the HODs. So we want to reduce the paperwork and if we increase the efficiency. So that was the main objective of building the web application. So the task including the web application for the staff, whenever the staff logins, first he need to log in, he can apply for leaves, and he can view the leave status. What is the leave status of his uh, attendance, and he can check the view pending leaves. Yeah. And he can view his leave history whenever he has taken the leaves, and he can view his view and edit his profile. Yeah. Whereas the admin can log in, log out, and he can receive the notification for recent leave application. Whenever a staff apply for leave, he will receive a leave notification, and the admin can also view, add or remove a staff. It is in the admin's power, and whereas he can add, view or remove a department, and he can also remove or add leave types. There are different types of leaves, so he can add that also. And he also manages the leave, and the major function is to accept or reject the leave application whenever staff applies. And he can also view the attendance or attendance status of the staff. Yeah. So the other one was the attendance tracking. So basically, we will be tracking attendance through 2 different ways. One will be the RFID, and the other will be geolocation. As I told, we will be creating a geofence. Once the staff enters the geofence, we'll be tracking the attendance. And the one more approach will be RFID chips, RFID cards. We can just keep the RFID card in the ID cards of the staff. Once it get detected, the attendance will be marked there. Yeah.
Yes, so coming for the implementation, as my partner mentioned, that we have 2 ways. One is the RFID and the geolocation. So for the RFID thing, we have the circuit that is been created, wherein we create the circuit, and then we have the Arduino to we have the Arduino wherein we are using Node MCU to upload the details of each card in the Arduino, and we're using a Google script to deploy it. And in the through Google Sheets, we can access that data. And for the web application, we have used JavaScript and PHP for a database, or MySQL for database, etc. And for geolocation, as Arvind mentioned, what we do is we basically create the geofence of the college area. So as soon as the person enters the geofence, a notification will be sent to the person, and also that data will be stored in their database as well. So that is how the attendance will be tracked. And RFID can be used whenever this does not happen. Maybe like the person forgets their mobile phone or something like that. So that is when the RFID can come in handy. That happens here. So after analyzing all the papers and everything, we have come to a conclusion that the attendance tracking, the best option would be the geolocation, and for the backup, we can use the RFID reader, and the web application will be very helpful to integrate all of this together, and we can have everything at one place. So we can apply for leaves, view our history, and also the attendance status can be visible. That is about this. These are all the references we've gone through.
Are there any questions from the session chair?
See, there are already many apps. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
So there are already many apps available for this. What is the uniqueness of your work?
The main agenda towards this is the geolocation. Like, not many colleges use that for attendance tracking, and not that data cannot be viewed to all the staff and all. So that is the main. That is what is different.
Okay. So this you are doing this mainly for. So this you are doing mainly for the staff.
Yeah, staff.
Yes, ma'am.
So some colleges already have this ERP system, no, where they send the application in the ERP, and the HOD as an admin, they can grant. So your basic, what you are trying to say is you are going to use the geolocation.
Yeah.
Yes or no? So what is the use of that? See, I am at home, suddenly something happened to me, so I apply for the leave. Yes or no?
Yes.
So then the geolocation will be my house, no? So what are you trying to track from this?
The geolocation we are using for attendance, ma'am. For leave management, we'll have to do the applying leave and accepting.
Okay.
The geolocation is used for attendance purposes. Like every day we come, we have to go
usually we go to the college, sign the attendance register,
exactly,
or give our thumb.
Yes, exactly. So instead of that, that hassle will be gone.
Pardon me?
Yeah, that hassle of going to the system and maybe giving the thumb or signing the register or whatever, that hassle will be gone. Because
so wherever from the gate, if I am in the gate, so I can give my attendance from the gate. That is what you say?
Yeah, yes. Once you enter the geofence, it will take the attendance. And once you come out of the geofence, it will mark as you are out of the geofence.
But there can be some disadvantages also, no, out of this. Instead of me, some other faculty can give a proxy.
Ma'am, it will be your mobile details will be connected.
Yes,
to the
yes.
database.
I give my mobile to my friend, my colleague. That is possible, no?
Yes.
So how do you overcome
So there comes
that?
the RFID. So RFID will be basically for particular staff. So you can't give your RFID card to some other person.
Okay. So this is how you're. So just think of the disadvantages and work on that. Okay. The concept is good, but there are a lot of lacunas or the disadvantages. So try to overcome that. Otherwise, the idea is good. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for the presentation. Akshata and team.
Are there any other questions from the audience? Yeah, I believe there are no questions. So we will be moving on to the next presenter. I would like to invite Asrar ul Haq Maktedar. I once again call Asrar ul Haq Maqtedar. Okay, last call. Asrar ul Haq Maqtedar. Okay, so session chair, the participants has not responded. So we will be moving on to the third presenter.
Okay, ma'am.
So can I have Sanika Rawate, her paper on fashion classification model?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, our group members are not joined yet. So can I present after one group?
Sure, of course, Sanika.
Thank you so much.
All right. On that note, I would like to invite our fourth presenter, Ali Abdu Ali Hassan Humadi. Ali Humadi.
Ma'am, just check out whether they are in the participant list, whether they have joined.
Sir, Ali, ma'am, Ali Humadi is in the participant list. He is here. Mr. Ali Humadi, you had responded to me earlier. Mr. Ali Humadi, I see you are present here. Could you respond, sir? Okay, I have not received any response. Moving on, I would like to invite Mayuri Kamate. Do we have a Mayuri Kamate over here?
Hello?
Yes, Ali Humadi, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Can I share?
Yes, please go ahead, sir. We have called your name twice, so please go ahead with your presentation. Now,
Yeah.
Ali Abdu Ali Hassan Humadi will be presenting his paper on Farmer Savior, the optimal way to investigate crop diseases and predict crop yields using deep and machine learning.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah, sure. Hello, is my screen visible?
Yes,
yes, it is visible.
Yeah, and voice is audible?
Please put it in slideshow mode.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and the voice is okay, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay. Let's get started. Good afternoon. Firstly, I would like to thank you all for this opportunity to give us to introduce our work and research. So firstly, as Dr. Kumar said, that our research should be benefit to the society and helpful to the environment around us. How we use technology and science to help the environment and to help the society to get benefit as much as could from this new area and new technology. So our paper, it's talking about farmer saver. It's project based on beavers. So we are using data science and machine deep learning. That's for helping farmer for detect different disease and also to recommend about crop yields using deep learning. Myself is Ali Madi. I came from IT department, and our guide it's called IFERP is coming from artificial intelligence and data science department. So let's get started to know about the agenda for today's presentation. Basically, we will take through the main part in the paper, that's abstract and introduction. We'll go to the block diagram methodology, and we'll see the result of the research. So let's get started. So talking about the recently a massive growing in the information technology and communication. As we can see, in today's reality, there's a lot of the data that's generated daily and from different fields, from different technology, from different branches. So we need to take benefits from the data. And we know the growth of the data science, machine learning, deep learning, how they are trying to help us to solve many problems using the data, as long as its structure on structures like images, videos, audio, or it's like structure in format of the table. So agriculture is one of them. And we know that majority in the agriculture and the improvement, and we know that there is different branches now, the new area of the agriculture engineering, and there is, like we know, the how we can the civilized in the world and the smart cities, and trying to move agriculture from traditional to new modern areas. So farmers, we know they are no educated and no things, but now when we're moving to the smart cities, that we will see how agriculture will be like more technology and more things. So in this area, that's helped them to detect different crop diseases. Like in traditional, we know our fathers, grandfathers who work in farms, they know different diseases, but now there's many diseases that we are unaware of it. So this is a technology that can detect and tell them what is the benefit of this. So and also about crop yield recommendation. In different parameter, when you take soils or something and test it in the lab, and you just enter your area name or your place or your state, and that's we have beach and BK, that's value of the soil, and you just need to enter your cities or state. So according to that, the site or the application will gather temperature and humidity and these things, and it will recommend which crop is suited for your soil or suited for your farm. So we know that the population is increased significantly, and the smart cities is increased significantly, and now we need to like adapt with this all new technology and trying to help the environment to be clean, to be smart. And we know how the society or the world is suffering from these problems of agriculture. If we focus in this field, it will help the environment and the society and the world by globally. So crop production play like significant role in today's society. So if we focus how to solve this issue using new technology and take the benefits of the data science, machine learning, deep learning to solve this issue, it will be great benefit, great helpful to the society, to the farmers. So if we go to the block diagram about the project, is like we have different fields. That's group the crop yield recommendation and also disease prediction. So basically, we will gather images for this for the disease detection. After that, we know in the machine learning or data science, there is like pipeline. First thing from the pre-processing, cleaning, and also exploring the data, also transforming, also converting from RGB to something like that. And after that, we image labeling. Image labeling is basically give them the names that's for the disease or healthy, non-healthy, and give the disease models or the disease name for each images or each planet. After that, we'll go to training the model using deep learning, using a convolutional CNN, convolutional neural network, that is the famous for images and for these things. After that, we'll test the models, measure the model accuracy, and is that will give us higher accuracy or no. And if we don't get higher accuracy, we will retrain and we will like update the weights of the neurons or something like that. There is many techniques for updating these things and for getting higher accuracy. For crop yields recommendation, we use machine learning algorithm like support vector machines and also classification. It's classification group, so we use that classification algorithm. We'll see in next incoming slide. So as we discuss about the methodology of prediction of disease, as we see in the plot diagram, which is basically image pre-processing, we pre-process the images that we got from different. It's downloaded from Kaggle. It's like open source data. After that, we train the model, testing the model, and measure the model accuracy as we get high accuracy in our models for this prediction of disease. In the crop recommendation, as I said in the previous two slides, that we need some parameters to recommend for the farmers which crop that suits your soil. And it's like data reversing, and we have different algorithm like decision tree, support vector machine, knife bias, logistic regression, random forest, and XGBoost, which is basically in ensemble learning techniques. This is the accuracy that we got, and we got high accuracy using different algorithm like knife bias, random forest, and XGBoost. So as we can see the results, we got the results as we expected and as we planned in the beginning of our research. That's we need to detection different diseases of the planet according to our training and according to our data that we feed the models. And also for the recommendation crop, also we get the results after we are training the after we enter the training the parameters that's required for the model in the site that we have deployed the model like NB and NK and also temperature, CT, all that things we have entered from the site. So it's deployed using Python language by the way, and the end user, it's the farmer only. So as we can see, the result, the different results is that it's like transform. This is a plot is only transformation of the table that I showed in the previous slide about the accuracy for crop recommendation. And this is the validation loss for disease detection that's in the deep learning, and in the right side, it's for the crop recommendation, which is has been done using a different machine learning algorithm. So this is about the accuracy and the result of the models that we have, different model that we have created to do this project. So let's conclude all these things in these sentences that we have done so far. So in the providing CNN, this approach of the predict the disease in a crop, it's helpful to increase production of this planet. Of course, as we discussed in the first of videos, we're trying to take benefit from the technology as much as we could for reducing more of this planet. So if we help the disease, so we can take more production from that planet. So we can see in the future, in the coming future, we have like a future scope of the project, like increasing the data capacity of this model, so the accuracy will be much higher, and by using different techniques like data augmentation. Data augmentation is one technique of increasing the data images for training. So machine learning and deep learning models can solve farmers' problems. And I can see machine learning, deep learning not only solve farmers' problems, it solves many problems in different fields and different branches. And we can see in today's reality, machine learning and deep learning involved in every and each scope in our life, from Google searching to different social medias, to advertisement, to YouTube, to Google Assistant, to Alexa, to many things. So that's the helpful of the technology and how we can take much benefit from it. And this is from my side. And thank you so much for your patient listening. Thank you so much.
Are there any questions from the session chair?
I just wanted to know, Hali, regarding your data set.
Yes,
what is your size of the data set?
The size, it's like we got it from the Kaggle, it's more than thousands images for different diseases. The size of the images is much enough for training the model and getting the best accuracy.
So what is the accuracy that you have got? Because in the slides, I did not see any graph of accuracy or the different deep learning models that you have used, which gave you the best accuracy.
Actually, we use two techniques, and we use, if you know, transform model for race in it, like use a pre-trained model and just like the model that's used for same classification or same prediction, that's RaceNet, and we get accuracy like around 91 accuracy, 91 something.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you are welcome. You are welcome, ma'am.
Are there any questions from the audience?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you to the presenter. We will be moving on to our next presenter. I would like to ask Sanika Rawate, are you and your group ready?
Yes, ma'am, we'll start.
All right, please go ahead, Sanika. Sanika's paper on fashion classification model.
Yeah. Sanika, please put it in slideshow mode.
Oh, yes, ma'am, just a minute.
Okay, I think we should start. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Myself, Sakshi Manbode, and there's my team with me, Sanika Raute, Shivam Chaudhary, Resham Suryavanshi, and Kunal Chanda. And our guide was our Professor Kuldeep Vaidande, sir. We thank RR institutions and IFERP for giving this opportunity to represent. And in this conference, so we are presenting a fashion classification model. So moving forward toward the biography of our authors. Yeah, so we are from Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune, Maharashtra. We are from final year engineering, BTech in information technology. So now quickly let's move on toward our presentation. So explaining about the aims and aim objectives and for our proposed model. It was to create a fashion classification model which distinguishes the different clothes into its respective categories. And here we present a multi-layer approach to classify the articles of clothing. The classification features are composed of color, texture, shape, age information, and from the 2D and 3D data. Actually, whenever the seller wants to sell his product online on the platform, so he has to click a picture and tag with the help of the appropriate label to make sure it reaches the buyer or appears in the search list. So it becomes difficult for a human to process each and every image and put them to the respective categories. So here machine learning comes to rescue, and machine learning classifies the image and puts them into the respective categories. Hence the problem of classification arises. Yeah, so this was about the problem statement and objectives of our model.
So yeah, now let's go on to the abstract. So the abstract says like whenever a seller wants to sell their products online, they'll always have to click a picture and tag them with labels so that to make sure that the product reaches the buyer or appears on the search list of the buyer. Like whenever the buyer, the buyer searches for the tag, it appears over there. But sometimes it becomes difficult for a person to process and like differentiate between each and every image and put them into different categories. Like for example, some people sometimes get confused between a shirt and a t-shirt. So that's where machine learning comes to rescue. It classifies the image and puts the images into different categories according to their tags. Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to the description of the project. So in this project, our model basically classifies the clothing item or any accessories into its respective categories. Okay, so this model will work as an intermediate between the user and the web application. So whenever the user wants to upload any picture of a clothing item, let's take an example. If a user wants to upload a picture of a t-shirt, so instead of going onto the website and selecting that category and uploading the image there, so by using this model, the user will directly click the picture of any clothing item, and the model will classify its category and put them into the specific category on the web application. So we have used CNN as our algorithm and created our own model by applying different layers. Like we have used softmax layer for classification and pooling and convolutional layer for feature extraction and so on. So our model classifies the image into 10 different categories. So moving on to the next slide. So these are the two categories which we have, that is clothes and goods. In clothes, we have subcategorized into tops, bottoms, dresses, and outers. And in goods, we have accessories and shoes. So further, we have classified into t-shirt, pullovers, shirt, trousers, dresses, coats, bags, sandals, and sneaker and ankle boots. So these are the 10 categories which our model can classify the image into. Yeah, so moving on to the next slide. Yeah. So the implementation for the dataset, we have used the Fashion Mints dataset, which consists of 60,000 images for training dataset, and for testing, we have used 10,000 images. And the category of the project is deep learning. And as I mentioned earlier, the algorithm which we used is CNN. Next slide.
So yeah, exactly as we had discussed in the aim, like our problem statement was basically like categorizing clothes and everything manually. It's getting difficult. So in the e-commerce industry, it'll be much easier if if we just post a picture and it just gets categorized on its own. Because another problem which concerns is placing an order, like when the customer is unaware of the product itself, like how they are going to find it. So if they don't know the name of the product, if they have a picture representation of it, then also it's going to work fine. So this was a problem statement, and then and talking the hello. Yeah, and talking about
Yes,
the future
proceed.
scope of this project. So what we had thought about the project was basically a web application or a website wherein any user can upload the image of the clothing item, and then the model will identify it and display it on the web page. So they don't have to worry about knowing the name of the product or knowing everything about the product. Even if they have just a picture of it, the website is gonna categorize it and find it for them. For conclusion, like deep neural networks are applied to various issues in deep neural networks, mainly the fashion classification. So in image classification, image segmentation, laptop vision issues, and linguistic communication process issues, CNN has shown magnificent results. So hence in this project, CNN has proved to be more accurate in terms of classifying the image. So we chose this thing for the project. I think, yeah, these are the references. I think we are done for the presentation.
Okay, so thank you for the presentation. Coming to your data set, you said 60%, 60,000 you have taken for training and 10,000 you have taken for testing.
Yes.
So it is totally 70,000. Okay. So what was the accuracy with this ratio? So usually what they do, they go for 70-30 or 75-25 as the ratio for training and testing.
Yeah.
So what was the accuracy that you got with this? It is approximately, I think you have taken 90-10. 90% for training and 10% for testing.
Yeah.
So with this, what was the accuracy you got? And did you try out for 75-25% so that your model would work better? Because you need
No,
to
we
test
didn't.
your model, that's more important.
Yeah. So, ma'am, the accuracy which we got was around 78%. As there were many categories like clothing categories, so the accuracy was little less.
So what are the pre-processing techniques that you applied on these data sets? Any pre-processing techniques you applied?
Yeah, actually pre-processing as in the data set which we were collecting, it had various other variables. So in pre-processing, we had to remove quite a bit of variables so that we get a lesser, like a comprised data set.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the
Thank you, ma'am.
audience? I would like to inform to those who have joined us in the middle of the presentations. So this is the main hall where the track 1 is happening. So for track 2 and track 3, kindly join into the breakout rooms. In the meanwhile, I would like to invite our next presenter. Do we have Mayuri Kamate? Okay, next I would like to invite Dr. Vartika Sharma.
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
All right, ma'am, please go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, can you see the screen, ma'am?
Yes.
A very good morning, all of you. Myself, Dr. Vartika Sharma. I am Assistant Professor in Vidya Vartika College of Engineering, Mysore, Karnataka. So the title of my paper is A Comprehensive Review on Artificial Intelligence-Driven Smart TV Recommendation System. See, in last decades, excessive use of web contents in terms of movies, books, advertisement, etc. increased the importance of web recommendation systems and emerged as a bloom in e-business and e-commerce sector. So what is recommendation system? Recommendation system is a model to classify and categorize the subscriber's choice based on their profile information and interest. So in this paper, the concept of recommendation system is applied on smart TV. So smart TV is a multi-user web-enabled device. So it is essential to predict the multiple user choice based on their preferences and activities. So here in this paper, in this paper, we have considered the subscriber's portfolio and watching history as a reference, and hence by accurately utilizing the capacity and resources of the system, converts the smart TV as a personalized device. So the main parameters incorporated in our prediction system are user profile, their channel interest, time duration of watching a particular channel, and health conditions. So this paper proves that a significant need to improve the existing recommendation system in order to enhance the subscriber satisfaction and making the smart TV as a more customized device. So here we can see in this diagram an overview of the smart TV recommendation system. So here we can see, based on the user watching behavior, activities, and their feedback, the system recommends the watching updates to the user. So here we can see we have divided the users based on certain categories, and the smart TV is getting their preferences, and based on the recommendation system, smart TV is recommending the suitable channel to the set of users. So here some classification approaches are existing in the literature. We can see here in this diagram, some approaches are content-based recommendation. So here in content-based recommendation, inputs are internal and external feedback that is based on the user profile. Next recommendation approach which is existing in the literature is contextual recommendation. So here this recommendation technique is taking the event, time, place, location as the input. Next is collaborative recommendation. So here we are taking, it is the combination of both content and contextual recommendation system. Next is hybrid recommendation system. It is the combination of all three. And finally, ontological based recommendation system. So these are the recommendation systems present existing are in literature. Now, the remarkable question is in this paper, that is how to predict the next watching content for a smart TV by a particular user group on their historical watching behavior and interest. So to answer these questions, we have framed this paper, and the main objective of this paper are, the first objective is to generate the group user profile based on their age, watching content, watching time, watching time and watching duration. So certain parameters we have taken into the account. Next objective is to model the ranking of items based on the profile, and final module is to aggregate the profile and item ranking to suggest the next predicted content for the smart TV. So here the main contribution of the paper is, first what we have done, a descriptive analysis is presented on existing recommendation approaches, their limitations, since it is a review paper. So first we have collected the existing recommendation approaches, their limitation and chances of modification in the view of smart TV. Next, what we have done, a personalized recommendation system for smart TV group users is designed based on the watching content, context, time duration and their feedback. Next, what we have done, the proposed recommendation, the system we have divided into 3 modules. So the first module is user profile generation, second module is ranking of the items, and the final module is the recommendation module. So again, we are planning to apply the proposed methodology on a real data set to analyze the result and the performance. We are planning to compare with the existing approaches that are available in the literature. So here in this diagram, this is the proposed recommendation system for the smart TV. So here we can see certain group of users we have defined, and they are again, profile agent module is there. This module is designed based on certain parameters. So they are taking the input from the users. Group of users is defined based on their age, and parameters are age group, channel preferences, watching contents, watching time, duration, and the feedback. Feedback we have divided into 2 parts, that is implicit feedback and explicit feedback. So explicit feedback we are taking, like what are the preferences, channel preferences that users are giving, and implicit feedback if they are giving any kind of rating, if they are giving any kind of feedback. So based on that implicit feedback we are going to collect, and based on this feedback we have generated one recommendation system, and this recommendation system will recommend the suitable watching content, suitable channel to that particular set of users if the set of users log into the system. So finally, into the conclusion part, a modified recommendation system containing both the user-centric and data-centric approaches for the smart TV is proposed in this paper, which suggests the decision based on user profile and behavior. Here we are planning to take the machine learning, we are planning to use the machine learning library, that is TensorFlow with Python, to train the system by using the historical data. Again, if you want to explore it, we can add various parameters such as physical health condition also of the users, parental control also in the recommendation system we can include. So this is all about my paper. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the session, Judge?
So, ma'am, this is actually a survey paper?
Yes, ma'am. This is a
survey. From survey, you have recommended that architectural diagram.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So, from this, what could be your next future enhancement that you can do?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, we have fixed certain parameters, and based on the parameters, we are planning to generate a recommendation system. Finally, in further modification, we can add few parameters also, like health condition, users' health condition we can include, or parental control we can include, or else we can modify this existing system. First of all, our target is to implement the existing system, and then we can add certain parameters to elaborate the model further.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
There are no more questions. We will proceed to the next presenter. I would like to invite Shishmita Mukund Kirsur. As she is not present in the participant list, I'm moving on to Janani Bharat.
Yes, ma'am, we are here.
All right. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Yeah, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today we are presenting a research paper, Splinternet, Perspective of Cyber Sovereignty and Challenges in Indian Context. The paper is authored by Janani and Mahima, currently pursuing MTech in Computer Network and Engineering at BMSC Bangalore, under the guidance of Dr. R. Ashok Kumar, Professor, Department of ISC, BMSC Bangalore.
So the action of adding boundaries to the borderless global internet is known as Splinternet. So in other words, a country achieves cyber sovereignty through Splinternet, even though the phrases that is Splinternet and cyber sovereignty are interchangeable. So detachment from the global web is quite difficult in terms of a number of factors, even though we could attain peace and security if it is implemented. So in order to understand the public's opinion on India achieving cyber sovereignty in the near future, this paper has carried out a survey, analyzed the results, and discussed the various challenges in implementing Splinternet. So the internet, telecom networks, computer systems, and embedded processors and controllers are very few examples of the interconnected network of information system infrastructures. So the idea that parties must have sole authority over their own digital data is known as digital sovereignty, which leads to cyber sovereignty, which refers to a governing body's attempt to establish boundaries on a network and then exercise control in the form of law enforcement over such boundaries. So since cyber sovereignty gives a complete cyber independence, India will have to march towards attaining the same very sooner. So in order to understand the people's perspective on Splinternet, a survey was conducted with around 496 participants from around 47 countries who are of different age groups, education backgrounds, and professions. Also, our work extends to identifying the challenges and possible solutions for India to implement Splinternet. So this is about a literature survey. So the major takeaway from our literature review is that multi-identifier network architecture is highly required to be implemented if we'll have to achieve cyber sovereignty. So it means that identifying the components in the network by not just IP addresses, but also various other factors like geographical locations and etc. So this is about the survey and analysis that we have done. We have obtained around 47 countries who have responded to our survey questions. And we had around 9 questions in order to understand the respondents' mentality and perspective towards the Splinternet. So I'll briefly walk through all the 9 questions. So the first question goes like the most frequently used social media. This question was asked so that we could understand which of the social media needs to be mimicked if a cyber sovereignty is obtained. And also, before attaining cyber sovereignty, how can we educate people about the same is through social media, because that's a highly reachable platform right now. So we found out that Instagram and WhatsApp are highly used platforms as of now. And the second question goes like, will people really share information about Splinternet on social media? And yes, we found around 75% of people who are likely and most likely to share information about the Splinternet, which means that they have critically understood the pros and cons of the same. And the next question is about encouraging or suppressing Splinternet. That the graph shows that around 62% of the responders would recommend Splinternet to be implemented in India. Also, we had few filters. So when we filtered out the answer for the responses for the third question with an age group of 18 to 25-year-old people, that is the young adults, we found out that the answer was much better. Around 75% of the responders wanted Splinternet to be implemented. So this means that the young adults who are the current technological users are much interested in implementing Splinternet. So the further presentation will be continued by Mahima.
So as we can see on the screen, the first survey question and graph helps in receiving the awareness of responders about how Splinternet works internally. It is evident from the obtained that definitely the growing internet fragmentation will redefine the meaning of internet, which actually is meant for global connectivity. So the second question is to find out people's awareness of rise in splinternet being implemented in a scenario of ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. And nearly 63% of respondents are aware about the rising internet restrictions in Russia. So the response for the third question is found to be quite ambiguous, with around 52.4% responders believing the fact that isolated cyberspace will prevail over Russia's need for global internet and connectivity is a common opinion. Next slide. So here the first question aids up to find out how splinternet can politically help a nation to build on a stronger basis. Among 494 responses which we received via survey, we found out that around 74% of respondents who belong to an age group of 18 to 50 years think that splinternet can help the government and corporate bodies to understand the psychology of the users in a better way, whereas the rest 26% deny this statement. So it is evident from the second graph that global connectivity is the driving factor in success of crypto market as well as advertising agencies. Taking opinions of the responders helps in analyzing if splinternet could be effectively implemented in nations that have still not opted out to it. So the challenges in implementing splinternet were such that the borders between various internetworks are known as cyber boundaries, where cyber borders are crucial for cybersecurity because they are a significant factor of cyber and are primarily in charge of initial and final filtering of cyber traffic. So in order for nations to start with implementing splinternet, the primary step is to set up the firewall, a private network that connects to public internet using an encrypted multi-layer tunneling protocol is called as VPN. So to summarize the challenges that India would have to face in implementing splinternet would be to define a clear frontier in cyberspace, plan for huge infrastructure rather than depending on external cloud vendors, and defining strong and layered firewalls with various protection loops. Few possible measures would be strict legislative protocols will help set upright standards on internet access patterns of the people. Firewall should be set up in accordance with how sensitive the data is, which calls for multi-layer firewalls for instances such as financial reports, military secrets, and confidential info about citizens. According to an analysis of survey findings, it is clear that most people are aware of what a splinternet is, how it operates in countries like China and Russia, and that participants support internet's fragmentation in India. So it is extremely important to focus on firewalls and VPNs, even though IPv9 addressing and multi-identifier network architecture may be the primary technologies that enable the splinternet. So major drawback here is VPN, which gets around any firewall and allows access to restricted websites. With internet restrictions, digital India of 21st century would require few reasoned actions. India has a better position in IT sector when compared to China. But because it is sovereign, secular and democratic nation globally, strong legal policies, ample infrastructure, secure multi-layer firewalls, and most importantly, time is required for concept of cyber sovereignty to be introduced in the Indian context. So these are the references, and thank you.
Are there any questions from the session chair?
Janani and the team, can I know from where you took this survey? Is it from your friends or in the social media? From where you took this feedback?
So ma'am, the survey form we had given it to our college, like we are currently pursuing MTech, so the college, like we took the friends and also our research professors who are working in this particular field. And also we try to communicate the same through International Internet Society, which is a forum, through our professors. So that's where we got the international responses from.
Okay, so approximately how much responses you got?
496 responses, ma'am.
Oh, good. Okay. So actually MTech is an individual work, no? So you both are doing on the same concept?
Yes, ma'am. This is a like concept that we both have worked on for as a mini project. So it's 2 in a team. So we're working on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, moving on to the next presenter, Can I call on Abhilasha Varshini?
Yes, ma'am.
Please go ahead with your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Our paper topic is data fortification and confidentiality, predicting how vulnerable is our data using machine learning algorithms. I am Abhilasha Varshini and my co-author is Kumar Kaushik under the guidance of Dr. R. Ashok Kumar. So basically, in today's world, 90% of the cyber attacks that happen, we know, we are aware about it. We do not install proper antivirus softwares into our device, and we also do not take care of these things. We have some weak points in our own systems, in our devices, and when we do not identify them properly, these cyber attacks take place. So basically, in our work, we will try to tell those software securities where the lapses are happening, the vulnerable JavaScript functions. We'll try to find out those functions, and on them we will try to put the machine learning algorithms like KNN, naive Bayes, and decision tree algorithm for predicting how vulnerable our system becomes, how vulnerable this dynamic JavaScript language is. And then we will also try to compare the algorithms that we use for the prediction. Basically, the code that is written in JavaScript does not have that much vulnerability. So the data set that we collected, it had like 1 to 125 functions, and in that only 1496 were found out to be vulnerable. Then we also used the Open Static Analyzer and S-Complex tool for running the codes that we had. They were just statically debugged, they were dry run. They weren't actually executed. And then we generated the static source code metrics. The algorithms that were used for prediction, we will be showing further. Basically, in the paper, we will try to achieve 3 objectives. We'll try to identify the vulnerable JavaScript functions using the source code metrics and the grid search methods. We'll also try to predict the possible vulnerabilities, and we'll try to compare these algorithms. So now, achieving our first objective, we have to identify the vulnerable JavaScript functions. For this, we try to take our data from NSP, Node Security Platform, and Snake, and then we'll try to link it with the GitHub repository. When we try and combine all these, then we get our data set, then we process this data set, and on that, we'll try to apply S-Complex and OSA. So this is our data set that we have, 1 to 125 total data set, and the vulnerable components are 1496. It's only 12% of the total data set that we collected. Because it was a skewed and imbalanced data set, that is why we tried to apply resampling algorithms as well to handle the skewed nature. Now the approach we go ahead with, first we took some of the data from NSP, some from Snake, and some from the Git repository. Then we tried to do data processing. How we tried to do this is we took the URLs and the APIs. In that, we tried to find some pattern and tried to recognize that. We did pattern recognition. Then through the commits and the patches, wherever there was a virus, whenever it attacked, there was a commit point to which the previous state it took us to the SHA value. And there we tried to find out the vulnerability. Also, a patch fixing was done after the vulnerability was found, and then that issue was resolved. So through these, we tried to find the anomaly detection. And then using OSA and S-Complex, these are 2 open source softwares that are available to dry run the code. We need not execute those codes, and we can generate the metrics for this. So we generated a static source code metrics for this, and we got a vulnerable data set. This is the metrics that we got, and in this metrics, we have 35 columns that were generated. Our total data set had 45 columns in which we elaborated as the names, the APIs, the URLs, everything was mentioned. In this, we tried to find out the label vulnerable and non-vulnerable. Also, we tried to find out the hyperparameters for the analysis. The data set that was created, the data structure that we got afterwards was a simple CSV format file that we could easily put into the machine learning framework that was Keynote framework. And through that, we got the Node.js functions. Now, making a comparative analysis, because our data set was skewed, if we see the first column, that is none, in this algorithm, KNN, decision tree, and the Bayes algorithm, they perform okay.
Then we tried to resample, and we did a resampling for overfitting and underfitting for 25%, 50%, 75%, and 100%. We split our total data set into 80%, 10%, and 10%. 80% was used for training, 10% was used for testing, and another 10% was used for deployment at the runtime. Now the dataset analysis approach. Here we used the 3 machine learning algorithms, KNN, DT, and NB. And according to these algorithms, we took the scikit-learn framework, and then we also carried out the grid search and the 10-fold cross-validation methods to calculate the precision, recall, and the F measure values on our 80-10-10 dataset. Now, when we did the resampling, the oversampling gave us some values, and the undersampling also gave us some values. When the data set was not was skewed, the imbalanced data set, the values that we achieved had slight difference from the ones we received after doing the overfitting and the underfitting, after doing the resampling strategy. So on the this is the outcome on the imbalanced data set. Here the precision that we got from KNN algorithm was 0.91. It was quite accurate. So the predictions made through this were quite probable. These are the F measure values that we achieved, and KNN performed well, and we got a F measure value of 0.77. And when we carried out the resampling strategies also, the values have been highlighted. Then we tried to achieve the third objective, that was to make the comparison between all the models that we have used. So the impact of resampling on precision value was quite different. The precision we achieved for KNN was 0.91. And for the recall value, it was 0.665 for KNN. And the F score was 0.77. And we did find out that amongst all these 3 algorithms, Bayes did not perform as well as we thought for the predictions, the other 2 did. So making our conclusion, we basically want to tell that whenever a cyber attack happens, we should try to be aware of it, and we should install proper antiviruses and should keep updating our systems. The highly dynamic language like JavaScript is also vulnerable to attacks. So that is why using these models, we try to show how the data can be attacked and how vulnerable our system becomes. So we will try to protect our data in this manner if we go with the installations of antivirus time to time. Thank you.
So what is the future enhancement that you can do on this?
Ma'am, actually, we want to tell that nowadays the data protection law should come up also. And our systems are so vulnerable. If anytime any spyware or malware attacks, we do not have like proper understanding knowledge about it. So once we make people aware about it through these prediction models, people will start installing softwares and will be taking updates seriously, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to call upon the presenters who have missed out on presenting. Asrar ul Haq Maktedar, are you here? Sushmita Mukund Kirsur, Mayuri Kamate,
Ma'am, is anybody going to present now?
No, ma'am, we do not have the missing presenters, but just kindly give me a minute as I'm receiving some instructions from the team.
Oh.
I would like to request the participants that are present here, if any of you are from track 2 or track 3, kindly proceed to the breakout rooms. I would also like to instruct that we will be having our lunch break shortly and we'll be beginning this technical session 2, track 1 after the lunch break. Track 2 will be starting from 2:16 p.m. Indian time till 5 p.m. I repeat, track 2 will be starting, that is technical session 2, track 1 will be starting from 2:16 p.m. Right now we will be breaking for lunch. Kindly everyone assemble back here by 2:15 so that we can start the technical session 2, track 1 by 2:16.
So I can leave, ma'am. Can I drop?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Fatima, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you can
Thank
drop
you.
now.
Okay. Thank you.
गुड, वेरी गुड। इधर भगवती, मुझे वो बैकग्राउंड में वो लगाना है अपना।
I'm going for help.
Welcome to the technical session 2. I would like to welcome all the participants and listeners that have joined us for the second session. I hope everyone had their lunch. So I hope everyone has had their lunch. So we will be resuming back our technical session 2. So there are 3 tracks in technical session 2. Track 1 will be held here in the main hall, whereas track 2 and track 3 will be happening in the breakout rooms that are being opened. I request the participants to kindly join into the breakout rooms. Participants of track 2 and track 3, kindly join into your breakout rooms. I once again repeat, track 1 participants alone stay in the main room. Track 2 participants and track 3 participants, please move into your breakout room. I would like to announce some of the track 1 participants just as a reminder. Can I have Kushal Saurav here, please?
Yes, ma'am, I'm on the call.
Okay. Nisha Sethi?
Yes, ma'am.
Ayush Gundawar? Ayush Gundawar? Kuldeep Bayadande?
Ma'am, Harsh Gujar is present.
Can I please ask
Hello.
Nitish Paul to stop sharing your screen? We have not yet started the session.
Am I audible?
Yes, Harsh, you are audible. Who are you representing?
Ma'am, I am the co-author of that paper. Now you call Kuldeep Varande.
Kuldeep
Final
Bayadande.
automaton.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I have Dhanashri Devalkar? Dhanashri Devalkar, are you here? All right. Kuldeep Bayadande, co-author is Bhavesh Jagda. Okay, Kuldeep Bayadande, co-author Darshan Bachav. Kuldeep Bayadande, Arunav Chandra. Kuldeep Bayadande, Abdul Muid. All right.
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm here. Bhavesh is
All
here.
right. Okay, thank you. Okay, I would like to invite our session chair, Emmanuel Rajaratnam. Could I have Emmanuel Rajaratnam? Let's hold on for a few minutes as our session chair is joining us.
अच्छा ब्रेक में थी
Could I please request the team to follow up on the session chair, Emmanuel Rajaratnam? All right, our session chair will be joining us in 2 minutes. In the meanwhile, I would like to inform the first participant, Kushal Saurav, to kindly please be ready with your presentation.
It's
Participants, please be ready as the session chair will be joining us shortly and we'll be beginning the sessions right away.
Track 2 and track 3 participants, please join your respective tracks by clicking on breakout rooms. Only those who are having presentation on technical session 2 track 1, please stay here. If any queries, put your message on chat.
As our session chair is joining us, I kindly request the participants of track 2 and track 3 to kindly join into your breakout room. You will find a breakout room option on the bottom of your Zoom. It's an option called as breakout room. You can click on it and join into your respective breakout room.
Hello.
Participants, please bear with us as the session chair will be joining us shortly. Thank you for your patience.
ಹಲೋ ಮತ್ತೆ ಹೆಂಗಿದ್ರು
Emmanuel, sir.
Yeah, hello, madam. Here.
May I confirm your presence so that we will start the session, sir? Emmanuel, sir, you are not audible.
Emmanuel, sir, can we go ahead with the session, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can start the session, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So to all the participants, I would like to inform you of a few guidelines. Your presentation time is 8 minutes with 2 minutes for answering any questions from the session chat. It's a total of 10 minutes, 8 minutes for presentation and 2 minutes for answering questions from the session chair. Kindly put your presentations on the presentation mode while showcasing to us, and we will call out your name 3 times. Kindly the author or the co-author, please respond to us. On that note, we'll start with the first presenter. Can I have Kushal Saurav, his paper on analyzing credit card fraud detection algorithm.
Yes. So, good afternoon, ma'am.
Nitish, you are on mute.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Nitish Paul here. Me and my co-author, N. Kushal Saurav, are working on analyzing credit card fraud detection algorithms under the guidance of our Professor Dr. R. Ashok Kumar. So as we all know that credit card fraud is one of the biggest cyber crimes because we use credit cards for various transactions. So in a day, we make billions of transactions either using credit card or debit card. So we'll have to build up a detection system which can make out the fraud which are being done using credit card. Either a transaction is legal or illegal. So we, in order to build a detection system, we'll be making use of machine learning. So we'll be making use of machine learning algorithms, which are also known as classifiers. So we've made use of 4 classifiers here so that they are decision tree, random forest, ADA boost, and gradient boosting. So as I earlier told that billions of transactions are taking place globally due to the extensive usage of internet, and we'll have to find out whether the transaction is legal or illegal. So first of all, our major goal was to gather the data set. So the data set that we have gathered here is from the year September 2013, and it is of European customers. So the transactions are made in the currency of European. So as we gathered our data set, so we had to work on, we found out that the data set was imbalanced. So to make it balanced, we made use of fake entries so that the data was balanced in order to make the classifiers work on that data set, and we shall be comparing the results of each and every classifier based on their precision and accuracy. So coming to our objectives, our very first objective to achieve was to collect the data on credit card transaction. As I told, we've collected the data set of European transaction customers and from the year September 2013, and then thereafter to find out whether a transaction is fraudulent or non-fraudulent. And based on that, we will be applying our ML algorithms to analyze the accuracy and precision, and thereafter we'll compare the results of each and every classifier that from the results that we have obtained to make a decision on which classifier works best in building up this detection system. So over to Kushal.
So coming to the methodology, the first step involved in methodology was obtaining the data. A total of 284,000 transactions were obtained which occurred in the month of September 2018 in Europe, and it had a total of 28 features, which included the transaction amount, type, and the type of transaction, whether it was a genuine or fraudulent. And the second step was getting to know the data. Amongst the data, the data set collected, only 492 transactions were found to be fraudulent, which is like less than 1% of the total transactions. So the data was highly imbalanced, and coming to the next step, which involves preparing the data. So all the data was put into the same scale, and the data was split into training set and testing set in the proportion of 70:30. That is 70% of the data set was used for training purpose and 30% was used for testing purpose. And the analysis was done using 4 classifiers, which were random forest, decision tree, AdaBoost, and gradient boosting. So coming to our first classifier, which was a random forest classifier. So random forest classifier works on the concept of ensemble learning, in which multiple classifiers are combined to solve a problem and increase the performance of the model. So the accuracy of the classifier was found to be 99.9%, and the precision of this classifier was found to be 87%, and the recall of this classifier was found to be 82.5%, and the F1 score of this classifier was 84.8. And the performance of the classifier cannot be determined only on the basis of accuracy. So basically, the precision tells us that how many genuine transactions were classified as fraudulent, and recall tells us that how many fraudulent transactions were predicted as genuine. So if we see in this particular classifier, the precision score is 87.4%, which is actually high amongst all the 4 classifiers which we analyzed, and it just predicted only 19 of the genuine transaction as fraudulent. And now next, moving on to decision tree. So it is a supervised technique wherein the classifiers are structured in the form of a tree, and the features of dataset are represented by internal nodes. And the accuracy was again very high, that is 99%. And the precision was considerably very low, that is 38.2%. That is because it predicted 207 genuine transaction as fraudulent, as we can see in the confusion matrix. And the recall was 80%, followed by F1 score, which was 51.7%. And moving on to AdaBoost. So adaptive boosting technique is used as an ensemble method, and the efficiency of the classifier is improved by improvising the weak learners into strong learners. And the accuracy which we could get through this classifier is 98%. And the precision was found to be just 10%, the lowest amongst all the classifiers, as it classified 1,321 genuine transaction as fraudulent. And the recall of this classifier was found to be 91.8, which is the highest amongst all the classifiers. So it predicted only 13 of the total 160 transactions in the 160 fraudulent transaction in the training set as genuine. And the F1 score was 18%. And coming to our last classifier, which is gradient boost. In this process, a weak algorithm is chosen and altered and improvised to make the algorithm stronger and to achieve better results. And the accuracy of this classifier was found to be 98%. And the precision of this classifier was found to be 12%. And the recall of the classifier was found to be 89.3%. and the F1 score was 21.1%. And the data set on the credit card transaction was sourced from Kaggle for the analysis, and the accuracy of all 4 classifiers was found to be 98%, which is a high value, but the efficiency of the classifier cannot be determined based on the accuracy alone. And the AdaBoost classifier was found to be the best amongst the 4 classifiers in predicting the fraudulent transaction, as it had the highest recall value, predicting 147 out of the 160 fraudulent transactions which were present in the training data set. And the precision value of the AdaBoost was very low, as it predicted very high number of genuine transactions as fraudulent. And the random forest classifier was found to be the most efficient in predicting the fraudulent as well as non-fraudulent transactions. It had a precision of 87% and a recall value of 82%. So we came to a conclusion that random forest classifier is one of the best option to predict the transactions if it is fraudulent or genuine. And these were our references. And thank you.
Are there any questions from the session, Chair?
Mr. Kushal and Nitin, who was it?
Nitish, sir.
Nitish, yeah. So have you collected some database related to the latest, right? Because you have collected some database in 2015-16, you're telling.
Yes, sir. It's from 2018.
Yes, sir. 2013.
Yeah.
So we actually wanted to gather recent data sets, but we were unable to find them. So hence we had to move with the available data set that we had.
Fine. Okay. So it was not available. You're not able to collect those
Yes,
data
sir.
sets. Latest.
Right. We were not able to get the last 5 years.
Okay. So any future enhancement in your paper?
Yes, sir. We hope to work with much more algorithms and classifiers, and we would want to analyze each and every existing classifier or algorithm that is there in the machine learning domain, and make use of the best one out of everything. So we are looking forward to implement work on much more strategies and much more algorithms.
Fine. Okay, but you all have taken this database from other country. Actually, which country it was? France, or where it is? Hello?
So it's the entire Europe region, European Union.
Okay. Fine. You could have taken this side also, no? Actually.
Sorry, sir. Could you please repeat your question?
No. I'm telling you is you have collected database of European region. Fine.
Yes, sir.
Why can't other continents you could have tried?
Sir, the amount of data set which we could get for like India or the other markets which we studied, there were too less, sir. Although this data was imbalanced, it was well sufficient for training purpose and also for testing. But the data set which we collected in other regions weren't sufficient enough.
Okay. Because in our country only a lot of fraudness is happening. Fine.
Yes, sir. Got it. Maybe future course we'll try to do it once we get
Do it.
the data.
Okay. All the best. Yeah. Fine.
Thank you, sir.
That's it. Yeah. Madam, you can proceed to the next paper. Fine.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Next is Nisha Sethi. Her paper on discern emotions using signal procured from the brain by EEG.
Is my presentation visible?
Your screen is visible, but your presentation is not yet visible.
Hello, ma'am. Okay. 1 second. Now, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible now. Please put it on the presentation mode and continue.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Nisha. This research has been done under the guidance of Dr. R. Ashok Kumar. Today's presentation topic is this discern emotions using signals procured from the brain by EEG. Coming to the abstract, so basically we know that brain controls all the main body functions. All these are controlled by the brain. Even the emotion is part of such brain signal. So basically this emotion can be recognized using the device which contains the electrodes, which yes ma'am.
Nisha, your slides
Yes,
have
ma'am.
not moved. They're just moving. There is a lag in your slides. Go ahead, go ahead.
Shall I switch to better network, ma'am? And then
Yeah, you
continue.
can switch to better network because your voice is also breaking in between.
Hello.
Yes, Nisha, go ahead.
Okay. So basically, as I said, emotion is part of the brain. I mean, emotion is controlled by the brain, so it can be detected or recognized using the EEG device. EEG device contains the electrodes. These electrodes will be basically put on the scalp of the person whom's emotion has to be detected. So this will have the 10 to 20 standard placement system, which can be seen in figure 2. The figure 1 basically indicates how the brain is divided into 4 lobes: frontal, parietal, temporal, and occipital. Each part has its own function in the brain. So as the individual signal, the signal which is communicated via 2 electrodes, 2 neutrons will be less. But as a whole, the signal will be so high that the electrodes in the EEG device the electrodes can capture the signals using the EEG device. So initially the data set will be pre-processed, then the classification algorithm is applied for the same pre-processed data for classification of the emotions. Coming to methodology, basically first the stimuli, which is video clip, can be any video clip from the movie, is played to the participant. When the participant feels certain emotion, he will also give the self-assessment. Meanwhile, EEG device will record the EEG signal from the brain. Then the raw data is transferred to the external device, amplified and then transferred to external device. Coming to the next part, which is pre-processing. Initially, the data will be we apply the filtering for the data. So 4 hertz and 45 hertz, as we can see on the screen in the first figure. Below 4 hertz and above 45 hertz frequency is not much required for this analysis. So hence we considered 4 to 45 frequency range. Then resampling, filtering, dereferencing is used. Resampling is just to avoid the unnecessary data in the signal. Re-referencing, we have used common reference method. So coming to the data plotting, this is how the data was initially. Then the bad signal, bad channel, everything will be removed. By the third image shows how the bad data will be removed. We can see these spikes, which is bad. This is kind of normal data. The fourth figure indicates the clean data. Coming to the algorithm, initially we'll read the EEG data, then it is splitted into 70-30% of the pre-processed data. Then the parameters for each of the algorithms, as I've mentioned, is selected. For SVM, linear SVM kernel is selected, k-value and weights are selected for KNN algorithm, and the lip linear solver is selected for the logistic regression algorithm. For decision tree, attribute selection method, which is Gini index, is selected. For naive-Bayes, Gaussian naive-Bayes model is selected. All these are individually fitted into the training data set. Then the prediction is made for the 30% of the test data set. Based on this, the accuracy is found. Coming to the results and discussion, SVM, as we can see, performed better when compared to other algorithms. It classifies better with the emotions: disgust, happiness, surprise, and anger. And the disgust emotion is classified well when compared to other emotions. This is the accuracy bar for the same. This 4 figures just shows the theta, alpha, beta, and gamma waves which occurred during while the signal was recorded from the brain. Coming to conclusion, as I said, EEG will be pre-processed, then the noise and artifacts are removed. After all this pre-processing, the data will be split into has been split into train and test data set. Then classification has been performed using SVM, KNN, logistic regression, decision tree, and naive-Bayes algorithm. According to the result we have obtained, SVM performs well or has good accuracy compared to other algorithms, and disgust has better accuracy compared to other emotions. These are the references which are used. Thank you.
Okay, Nisha Shetty.
Yes, sir.
See, this algorithm, SVM, actually, so this has given a better result than compared with other algorithms. As
Yes,
per
sir.
your paper, huh?
As per the as per the research, it has given a better result.
Okay. Then, so future, what is their enhancement in this?
As we can see, some of the algorithms give less accuracy when for certain emotions. I'm into searching why this has happened, and I want to use some other machine learning algorithms, deep learning techniques, and explore those things.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. We will proceed with the next presenter then. Next is Ayush Gundavar, document text search system using principles of non-deterministic finite automata.
Excuse me, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Harsh, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Harsh. Actually, I'm the author of the paper, and Ayush is not available right now, so I'll be going on with the presentation.
Yes, please go ahead.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So good afternoon to everyone. So my topic for today is that document text search using using principles of non-deterministic finite automata. My name is Harsh Yadav, and my co-author is Ayush Gundavar, and our guide for this paper was Dr. Kuldeep Vaidande. The abstract is abstract. Now let's get on with the abstract. So basically, automata is one of those topics of computer science that has remained popular since the inception. And like automata has numerous applications, and we have suggested one such application and investigate all the numerous possibilities surrounding the area of non-deterministic finite automata by implementing and document search techniques. We have also used this search application along with regex to NFA visualizers. Okay, so the proposed system for this was that like we will build a web application using HTML and JavaScript. We also used jQuery and Ajax for using JavaScript, so that for styling purposes, and also that we avoid reloading of the paper. The web application, which will basically take input strings and substring to search the original string using non-deterministic finite automata. The result will consist of set of states, set of symbols, initial state, transition functions, search along with the time consumed for searching. So basically, let's talk about the algorithm. So the algorithm we've used is that first we compare the pattern symbol by the symbol at any point in the text. Then starting at the beginning, the text string, we sequentially compare the symbols in the pattern with corresponding symbols, and then we process it until a mismatch is found or the entire process is basically exhausted. If the pattern is exhausted, we claim to find the match at the beginning of the text. And but if the symbol mismatches, it detects before the pattern is exhausted. The pattern will not appear at the beginning of the text. Now I would like to talk about the merits and demerits of algorithm like brute force, DFA, and NFA. So brute force is very simple to implement. That's the merit, but the demerit is takes a lot of time and a lower parallel processing performance. While a DFA is fastest for less parallel tasks, but the demerits being it's slow when it comes to parallel task and many documents to search string. NFA is fast for parallel tasking and many documents to search from our application, but slow for DFA and for smaller and more serial workload. And now when we talk about the conclusion, so what we have concluded is that with the use of NFA, we design an algorithm that could search the text efficiency and which is easily scalable. Also, we build an RGX to NFA visualizers. We explain how infinite automata is efficient and precise in pattern matching and text searching in the field of editing, data revival, and symbol manipulation. By using this paper, we also demonstrate the power of non-deterministic finite automata and how it can play a role in the modern world with all the new technologies advancement at play. The future scope of this research is that we could always use this. It has a high scope in bioinformatic fields application where we require different editing operations at different probabilities. This project has potential to engage with CPU and GPU and compare and read aloud functionalities, and can also be used for pattern recognition for deep packet inception. And these are the references. Yeah, that's it from my side.
Okay, Mr. Harish.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, see, can it be useful for images also? Can it be implemented? Image searching?
Like probably not at the point, but maybe if we could make a few more changes in the web, okay, we could use it like that too.
Fine. Okay, that's it. Fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So can I stop sharing now?
Yes, you can. Next, I would like to invite Kuldeep Vayadande. Harsh, will you be doing the presentation?
Yeah, ma'am, I'll do.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I will share my screen. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So a very good afternoon to everyone. So myself, Harsh Pujar, and I am one of the co-author of our paper, Finite Automata Application in String Identification. So the other co-authors are Vivek Ingre, Shubham Devkate, Yash Chungade, and Karan Gaur. So Mr. Kuldeep Vayadande, who is our professor, he has also acted as a guide in our project. So we all are pursuing currently, all the co-authors, we all are pursuing BTech degree in Artificial Intelligence and Data Science at BIT Pune. Yeah. So let me give a short introduction to what is an automata theory. So basically, it is a study of abstract machines which can be used to solve the computational problems. So one of its application is in the evaluation of the regular expressions. So what is an regular expression? So regular.
मैं देखो कितना शब्द बचा ऐसे कर दूंगा वैसे जैसे हम गवर्नर बनाया था ना नाम लेते हैं सर आपकी पत्रिका है मेरे पास कौन सी भगवत
Shall I continue? Yeah. So what is an regular expression? So basically a regular expression can be termed as an expression which can be accepted by these different machines present in this automata theory. So one of the machines which we have used is finite automata. So we have used this machine for identifying the string which will be given as an input. Yeah. So so there are basically two types of finite automata machines, DFA and NFA. So we have used DFA. So the proposed model, it will give us information and it will tell the content of the input string. So basically, let's see an example of a DFA. So a simple definition of a DFA can be that this machine will allow to transit to the next state with a particular given input. For example, as we can see on the screen, the input at state Q0, if 1 is given as an input, then it will remain at the same state, and if 0 is given as an input, then it will transit to the next state. Yeah. So as we have used this in our model, so basically what we have done, that we have used one state for words, one state for numbers, and one state for sign state. Yeah, I will be explaining. So yeah, pattern matching checks given sequence of token strings for the presence of some pattern. Basically, input string is compared with a predefined stored pattern. So what we have done, we have used C++ language to create this model. So a user will be giving an input, and our model will be passing that string, and it will be giving as an output whether a number is found or a word is found by using DFA. So as we can see this flow chart. So first the string will be given as an input, then our model will check whether it is number. If it is a number, it will give output as number. If it is a word, then it will give output as word. And if the string ends, yeah, so the process stops. So for example, if the input is given as hello 1 2 3 minus 4 5 6 word, so the output of our model will be found a word, because hello, as we can see, hello, it is a word. Then the next is number, again the next is number, and the next is word. So this will be the output for this particular input. So we have chosen DFA because that's we can use various states, and the need of states is that it enables reading characters and transitioning to new state. So the limitation of our model, we can say that it only currently tells whether the input is a number or a word. Yeah. So so to conclude, I can say that so this model can be used in the application where, for example, there is some type of form we are filling, and only a particular type of input is needed. So this model can be used there. So these were some of the references which we have referred. So thank you. This was all from my side. So thank you for this.
Yeah, Mr. Harish Gujar.
Harsh Gujar, yes, sir.
Yes. Say if it is a combination of letters and numbers, then what will you get there? The search.
Yes, sir. Sir, if we have given, for example, where here we are giving H, then 1, then E, L. So it will be passing the character one by one. So basically, this hello, this hello will be.
No. What I'm telling is hello is okay. You have got it, and even the number. Yeah. See, for example, if I give if it is a PAN card number, no PAN. For example, PAN card, we have a combination of letters and numbers. Then what will your output show? Yeah.
Yeah. So for example, if it is H2M, so for H it will give a word only as output. For 2 it will give a number, and again for the letter it will give word. So because it parses character by character.
Okay. But for based on the first character, it will decide whether it is a word or a number. Huh?
No, sir. Not means each character will be given to the machine, DFA machine, and based on that particular, it will transit to a new state. If it is same, for example, they are character only, for example, HH or MMM, HM. So it will continue to traverse through the same state. And if it got a word, so it will travel to the next state. which will be a,
Okay.
which will
You
be of
already
number,
have a database of words, no? You have a database of words and this one, fine? Comparison.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Shall I stop?
All right, moving on to the next presentation. Can I have Dhanashree Devalkar? Dhanashree Devalkar. I repeat again, Dhanashree Devalkar. All right, moving on to the next presenter. Can I have Bhavesh Jatta?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, go ahead, Bhavesh.
Yeah, I'll share my screen.
Yes.
Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, so I'll start with my presentation. Okay, so the authors for this paper are Kunal Jadhav, Bhavesh Jagtap, Manomay Jamle, Aditya Jaibai, and Aniruddha Joshi, and Dr. Kuldeep Paidande is a faculty, and even yes. So this project was done under his guidance. Abstract is so the title of a paper was randomly generate music using context-free grammars. And this paper aims to discuss the creation of music with the help of sequence generators with the aim of assisting artists in their integration. The series of steps is summarized to show the composition as nothing but a tabular flow of data refinement, and each and every step involved in the process is designed to benefit its function. The basis of the proposal is context-free grammar, that is CFG method, which was basically developed to produce random strings. And a sequence of strings is then modeled to produce an output like a song. So we will discuss further about to get a deeper idea on this. So like using random production, we have developed a program to define CFGs, which is a context-free grammars, and extensions sequence of non-terminal terminals. Hence, a complete CFG-based model is implemented in Python. So the whole project is coded in Python language, and it has generated .yml files, also .wav files are being used for music instead of MP3, which is lesser supported. So the music that gets produced are formatted into the .wav files. And so these are some of the screenshots which are the screenshots of the codes and algorithms that we have used. So in general terms, a grammar in my system is a collection of productions which map a symbol to one or more expansion. And an expansion is a sequence of one or more symbols, and each expansion is annotated with a weight, reflecting how likely it is to be chosen among the possible expansions. And grammars in my system are represented as YML files, and for like those who don't know what YML files are, so YML files are is a data serialization format known for its readability, and so also the grammar is represented as a hash with symbols like a key and a hash. So which is a string of symbols and with an integer weight as a value. So, and for the second screenshot, so it is just the implementation that occurs as shown here. The gen.py, that is one file that prints the sequence produced with successive expansions. And the first line is the initial sequence that is given. And the last line is the final sequence of non-terminals produced. So these are the non-terminals produced. And so like this sequence alone is basically, we have a way of converting it to the waveform it represents. So until we have a waveform, way to convert it into a waveform, it cannot be produced into a sine wave and then added converted into the song, we can say. So then after converting the terminals into the non-terminals, we can generate sound waves, and those files are saved as .wav files. So this was sort of implementation. So there are two .py files that were produced. Gen.py first expanded song using the production synth song.yml and giving us a sequence of notes in the C major scale. And this sequence was in turn expanded using notes.yml, giving us the waveforms of the notes. So that was the description. And conclusion that we can hereby conclude that music can be generated randomly using context-free grammars by correlating strings to waveforms and compiling them to form a sound as an output. And we have .yml files to do so. Common Python libraries used in the projects are ContextLib, scikits.audiolab, WaveGen, NumPy, and Operator. The research paper gives a deep idea of context-free grammar and its implementation in the domain to generate random music. These are some of the references that we used for the paper. And that's it from our side.
Okay, Mr. Bhavish.
Yes, sir.
So can this be embedded actually?
Yes, sir. We have we have fully implemented in the program, and we can also see the randomly generated music using this program.
All this keyboards and all this, no musical keyboards, right?
Hello.
Can this be upgraded or something that you can upgrade in that along with that?
Actually, your voice is lagging a bit.
No. I'm talking about the musical keyboard.
Okay.
Can your program be embedded so that or upgraded?
Actually, we don't have
Along with
deeper
the
knowledge about the music, the octaves, and the C major scale and everything. So it can be done. We will try to take it forward by researching it into that domain. But as of now, it's related to context-free grammars only.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, bye. You can continue. Huh?
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Bhavesh. Moving on to the next presenter. Can we have Kuldeep Bayadande or Darshan Bache generating computer graphics using DDA algorithm? Kuldeep Bayadande and Darshan Bache. Kuldeep Bayadande. All right. Next, can I have Kuldeep Bayadande and Arune Chandra?
Yeah.
Yeah, Arune Chandra, please go ahead.
Yeah. So good afternoon to everyone present here. Our topic is randomly generated English sentences using Markov chain. And our paper ID is ICRTEM-22
Arnav, can you speak a little louder, please?
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So our title is randomly generated English sentences using Markov chain. And so the outline is like how the presentation is divided. We tried to follow the format of that was the template that was provided to us, but the content that we had was not suitable for the same. So the introduction is what a project basically is that we take some custom text and we analyze it using Markov's chain, and we predict sentences or words or uh, blocks of text using that same. So for this purpose, we used the Twitter sentiment analysis data set, and we extracted all the statements and tweets from that, and we converted that to a TXT file, which composed of around 2 lakh sentences. And this project is based on Markov's chain, which is a stochastic model that explains the succession of any probable event based on the probability of any prior successfully established event. Uh, and so for this project, we refer to around 15 papers. And so here the literature review of 2 papers for the same, wherein one of the project was built in MATLAB, where it was only a sentence generator. So that was a shortcome of that project, that they could not like generate only singular words or like blocks of paragraphs or uh, something like that. So we worked on that as well, and we made our project better than that. Yeah. So this is the need of this study, like need of my project. So this project is for anyone, like from a normal school-going student to any Nobel laureate who can just feed the custom text they want into the program, and would get any would get suggested text or output from that. And so this can be this can have multiple use cases, such as creating dummy text, or we can even imitate the writing style of great authors and poets. And so how it works is it works by the probability method, wherein the input txt file that was provided to the engine, it checks the posterior probability of every word, and based on that a sentence is formed. So this is the on the left hand you can see how a Markov chain works. So over here we can see all the decimal values. They are the probabilities of different values, different numbers, zeros and ones. So based on whose probability is higher or lower, uh, the next binary number is provided. And on the right hand side you can see how our model uses the same Markov chain. So when we start, we have a sentence over here that is Mary had a little lamb. And also we have another sentence in our TXT file that is Mary had a giant crab. And both of them have separate probabilities. So based on that, the Markov chain will work on the same and would provide any particular output. So the result over the right side, you can see that's an image that we got from our model, and on the left you can left also there are similar results. And so yeah, this is the conclusion. Concluding, we can see that this project can have multiple use cases, and we can develop it further to like it can be used to jumble some sentence, or even make it properly sorted, or we can generate codes from it. And we can also build text summarizers and translators using the same. And these are the references we use for the project. And these are the names of the authors. Thank you.
Okay, what is your Mr. Arunav, no?
Yeah.
Mr. Arunav?
Yeah.
What is your any enhancements future from your paper?
Yeah. So our aim is to like we can use this to directly deploy. We can use it to populate the content of a website. So suppose a website is that has to be built that would sell products of some such as Amazon. So Amazon sells various all kinds of products. If there's a website that is centric to some electronics, so the content that can be fed into the program, and it would generate all the sentences and text that can be used in the website. And
Okay.
similarly, it can be used for multiple tasks.
Fine. Thank you, boss.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, we'll be moving on to our next presenter. I would like to call Kuldeep Payrante and Abdul Mueez. Kuldeep Payrante and Abdul Mueez. All right, I have been informed that the presentations 10, 11, and 12 are not present here. So I'm moving on to the 13th presentation. Can I have Gauri Priya?
Yes, ma'am, I'm on the call.
All right. Please go ahead, Gauri Priya.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody that's present. I'm Pratiksha Asraj, and along with my teammate Gauri Priya P, we'll be presenting on this topic, Cybercrime Against Women, Analysis of Data Based on Machine Learning Regression Techniques, under the guidance of Dr. R. Ashok Kumar. We're the students of BMS College, and we're currently pursuing MTech in Computer Network Engineering, and Ashok Kumar R is our professor in Department of Information Science. Through the years, the number of social network users across the globe have increased drastically. India has been no exception. The amount of and the number of social network users across India also have increased drastically. Currently, around 4.62 billion people across the globe use social media, and around 472 million people in India use social media. In this virtual world, most of them want to hide their identities in order to have a secure experience, and also some of them in order to commit various crimes. These crimes may or may not be known to most average people, and when the people are victimized, they mostly tend to fall in the category of female population. So when the user is a female, the cybercrimes that can be committed against her would be cyber defamation, stalking, blackmailing, email harassment, etc. So we'll be giving a bit more detail on the subject in form of objectives. First, to identify different types of cybercrimes and how they're committed against women. To analyze the total number of cybercrimes state-wise. Third, to inspect specific cybercrimes in each state. Fourth, to find out maximum occurrence of these cybercrimes and list them in ascending order with the justifications. Fifth, comparative analysis on the data set to check the best model that fits our data set and to check how true our data is. The approach that we'll be going through is to collect data from NCRB, which is National Crime Records Bureau. So this is the tabular column that we've arrived at after all the collaboration that we've received from years 2017, 2018, 2019, and 20. We've consolidated it, and we've mentioned the names of different cybercrimes and how much they're happening in each year. So that was our collection of data set from ncrb.gov.in, the official website. Second, we've cleaned the data set and removed the irrelevant data. Third, we analyzed the data using Google Data Studio. Fourth, we've used different techniques to use on our objective 5. We've undergone different regression techniques like linear, random forest, decision tree, lasso, support vector. So the result that we've arrived at would be RMSE and R2 metrics, which tell us how well the model fits our data set. Further, my teammate will be continuing with the results and analysis. Gauri, you're on mute.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I would walk you all through the results and analysis. All the objectives we had mentioned earlier. So we have all achieved all those objectives here. So objective 1 is to identify different types of cybercrimes and how they are committed against women. So we identified different types of cybercrimes that are committed against women. So these are some of the top cybercrimes. So harassment through emails, cyber stalking, cyber pornography, cyber defamation, cyber bullying, and morphing. And we have also told how these things will be done in our papers. So harassment through emails is like sending some harassment emails to a woman or a girl and blackmailing them And cyber stalking is checking a women's online social media websites and their pages and everything, and stalking them all through the online portals. And cyber pornography is choosing a woman and changing their images or altering their images and posting it on the pornography websites. And cyber defamation is passing unwanted comments and sending her image to other people and saying and passing unwanted comments about her. And cyberbullying is about on her page itself, on a women's page, they pass unwanted comments and they harass a women in social media. And morphing is taking a women's picture and changing and altering the photo. So this is our first objective. We have told what are these cybercrimes and how these cybercrimes are done and committed against women. The next objective is to analyze the total number of cybercrimes state-wise. So according to the data we got from NCRB, Karnataka is the highest state where the cybercrimes are committed, with 7,660 incidents that have been filed case in Karnataka. So then comes the Assam, and then Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. This is our objective 2. And objective 3 is to inspect specific cybercrimes in each state. So we have been, according to our data set, whatever cybercrimes they had given, we have put it in terms of graph and show, like we have analyzed which cybercrime has committed the highest in each and every state. So if you see here, cyber blackmailing has, Assam has the highest percentage with 26.2%, followed by Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And cyber pornography, Odisha is the highest with 21%, followed by Uttar Pradesh and Assam. And going to the cyber stalking or bullying of women, Maharashtra has the highest number of cases that have been filed, that is 51%, half of the total states in India. And then followed by Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And defamation or morphing, Odisha is the highest committed crimes are for there in Odisha for defamation, 71.9%, followed by Tamil Nadu and West Bengal. And last is fake profile. Fake profile, Assam is the highest recorded with 47.1%, followed by Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh. So this is our objective 3. Objective 4 is to find out the maximum occurrence of cybercrimes in ascending order with justification. So we wanted to know which is the cybercrime that is committed the most. So cyber pornography and cyber pornography comes first, and cyber stalking, then fake profile, then cyber blackmailing and defamation. Why cyber pornography and cyber? And we have given the justification in our paper. Why cyber stalking and cyber pornography are top in the list? It's because of revenge. People want to take revenge on women, or they harass women, or they want to stalk and they want to blackmail to get some money or property. So that is why they do these crimes. So cyber pornography is the highest committed crime, and then cyber stalking. And lastly, we have checked our data set to check which model best fits our data set, and to check how this data we have collected is true, how much this data we have collected is really true. So we have put our data set into all these regression models: linear regression, decision tree regression, support vector regression, lasso regression, and random forest regression. So, and we have calculated the RMSE. RMSE is root mean square error, and R square, R2 score, which is coefficient of determination. So, if you see here, linear regression has RMSE as 2.4 and R2 score for training set as 1. And RMSE for test set is 0.02 and R2 for test set is 0.99. Actually, the R2 score should be between 0 to 1 probability range, and RMSE should be as lower as possible to tell that this model best fits our data set. And if we compare all these models, linear regression is the one which best fits our model. Even though RMSE training set gives 2.4 as 2.4, but the predicted value says 0.024, which is agreeable and it is very low. So we can consider it. So that is why linear regression is the one which best fits our data set. So I would like to conclude that seeing all the cybercrimes against women, the government should pass strict legislation that makes all forms of cybercrimes illegal. And we should also organize educational programs for women on how to maintain their personal safety online and safeguard their identities and response to instances of cybercrimes. And furthermore, research is necessary to raise awareness in these society and obtain adequate representations of this issue among women. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, no queries, ma. You can proceed to the next paper. Fine.
Okay,
Thank you,
sir. So next, I would like to invite Harshita, YJ, and Pallavi N.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harshita Vaije. My teammate is Pallavi N. We are working on analysis of motives behind cyber attacks using machine learning algorithms under the guidance of Dr. R. Ashok Kumar. I would like to start my presentation with abstract. Cyber attack is one of the most sensitive issue of internet. This has affected almost all sectors of the world with inflicting full-size damage. India had only faced around 18 million cyber attacks. To avoid cyber attacks, one need to understand the motives behind why cyber attack is affecting people. The goal of our paper is to analyze the motives behind cyber attacks and identify the top 5 motives using Google Data Visualization Tool. Google Data Studio is a visualization tool which we are using it to plot graphs and chart. We have also applied various machine learning algorithms to know the accuracy of our data set. Next is methodology. We have followed few steps to achieve our objectives. The first step is we have collected the data. The data set is obtained from a government website called data.go.in. The information in the data sets includes the count of particular motives behind the cyber attacks with respect to each state. The second step is we have cleaned the collected data. The collected data is pre-processed. Extra labels such as total states, total all India were removed. To plot the graphs, we have used Google Data Studio and we have obtained a graph for state versus count of motives for cyber attack. Third step is we have analyzed the data. The analysis of data was done using the data set and the graph is plotted. The plot is used to represent the total number of motives and also the count of the corresponding motive. We have identified the top 5 motives in the year 2018, 19, and 20. We have applied various regression algorithms such as linear, random forest regressor, decision tree regressor, K&N machine learning algorithms to know the accuracy of each algorithm. These are the results which we have obtained in our result. In the year 2020, we have identified the top 5 motives to be fraud, sexual exploitation, extortion, causing disrupt, and personal revenge. In the year 2019, we have identified top 5 motives to be fraud with the count of 26,853 and sexual exploitation with the count of 22,238 and causing disrupt with the count of 1,873 and extortion and prank. In the year 2018, we have identified the top 5 motives to be fraud, sexual exploitation, causing disrupt, extortion, and personal revenge. The data set which we have collected from data.go.in, we have applied various machine learning algorithms to know how best the data set fits in machine learning model and also to know the accuracy of your data. We have applied linear regression model machine learning algorithm, which was the best with an accuracy of 94% and followed by decision tree, SPM, and K&N with the accuracy of 80%. Random forest regressor has the least accuracy of 68%. The bar chart below shows the plot of R2 score and the machine learning algorithm. This gives the accuracy of the data. It depicts that the linear regression algorithm to have maximum R2 score of 0.94 and the random forest algorithm to have the least R2 score of 0.68. I would like to conclude that we have identified the top 5 motives by using our data set on motives behind cyber attacks using Google Data Studio. For the data set, we have used supervised machine learning algorithms. The collected data set we have segregated as training data set and testing data set. The model was fitted into training data set and predictions were made on testing data set. The R2 score was obtained for each algorithm and are compared with each other algorithm to obtain the best one that is suitable for the data set. These are the references which we have referred for our research. Thank you.
So using this, what can be done for future?
Sir, we are planning to take each
collecting this database. What can be done?
Sir, as you can see, we have identified the top 5 motives, sir. So we'll pick the top, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
Sir, since we have identified the top 5 motives, we are going to take the motives and we are planning to study the intentions and the psychology of the attackers by conducting research or Google surveys.
So that we can block or avoid this type. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I would like to invite the next presenter, Anaga V, Rupa T, and Reshma N. Bosley.
Yes, ma'am. Presenting.
Please go ahead.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rupa and my teammate Anaga and Reshma. We are presenting a paper on cyber hygiene in education sector under the guidance of Dr. R. Ashok Kumar sir. And coming to abstract, as we all know, cyber hygiene refers to the safety precautions that user of the internet should take care of. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, all forms of communication, like teachings and transactions, has become virtual in education sectors like schools and colleges. In order to collect data for the study in our paper, the described in this paper survey of schools and colleges was administered, and the result of 200 responses were used to evaluate the vulnerability using variety of machine learning algorithms. The accuracy rate of each algorithm was measured, and the most effective algorithm for the given data was determined. And as I told before, cyber hygiene is a collection of practices that organizations and people do on a regular basis to protect their hardware, networks, and some secure data. Communications and information technology has become an essential component of daily life, as all the day-to-day life has become online. It has recently changed how we interact with each other, like sharing updates, making new friends, going shopping online, playing games, and other activities. As we all know, children are extremely vulnerable since they have minimal knowledge of online hazards and safety precautions and are exposed to the internet. And our main objective is to know the level of understanding of cyber hygiene among students and to create awareness among them. In a literature review, some of the articles which we reviewed, it was a Minister of Home Affairs, which was an article by Government of India. It says mainly about cyberbullying can impact anyone due to limited understanding about cyber threats. Children become the main victims. And then the next paper was like, it says about the demographics are based on age and educational entertainment. As age rises, so does internet usage among the students. Then the next paper says that education of high school and college students on cyber threats is strongly advised as security dangers are escalating on a daily basis.
So data collection is the very crucial phase. Data collection was done on real-time basis. So to collect the data, we formed a survey and we visited 2 to 3 colleges regarding the survey based on cyber hygiene, cyberbullying, social media, and online gaming. There were a set of 20 questions, and each 20 questions were given with options like 2 to 4 options were given, and students had to answer according to their knowledge for the given questions. So these are the photographs that took while performing the survey from schools and colleges. Then the data that we obtained from schools and colleges were categorical data. So to apply machine learning algorithms, the data had to be converted into numerical format, and that has been done using label encoder function in Python. So next, for analyzation purpose of the data that we collected, we used different types of classification algorithms. Some of them are gradient boosting, ADA boosting, random forest, decision tree, and logistic regression. So these are some of the questions that were proposed by us to the students. So will you update your device frequently? So this question was asked to know the knowledge among the students regarding security threats. So if we update our phone regularly or device regularly, so if there are some security loopholes, then that can be overcome. So according to our survey, we got to know that 93 students update their phone device very frequently, 70 students update their phone or device frequently, and 34 students occasionally, and 3 students never update their device. So here from the graph, bar graph given below, the x-axis represents the options and the y-axis represents the number of students. Here we came to know that 3 students never update their device and they are vulnerable to security breaches. Next, if you get a message stating that you have won a quiz and can climb the prize by clicking on the below link, will you click the link? So if students randomly click some link that they get, then there are chances that some malicious softwares can be installed on their device. So according to our survey, 69 students click those links very frequently, and 62 students click those links frequently, and 5 students never click the link. So according to our survey, we came to know that 69 students and 64 students are very much vulnerable. Next. So which type of locking credential of your device will you share with your friends? So locking credentials are used to protect the data. So here students included password, PIN, pattern, and none. So here only 21 students didn't use any type of password and PIN, which is highly vulnerable to data privacy. Next. Which information will you share while playing online games? So as we all know that students are very much enthusiastic while playing online games. So they connect globally. So what if they share very sensitive information like personal information, professional information, and security credentials with others whom they connect globally? So it is highly dangerous. It may push them into security threats and security breaches. So here we found out that 19 students shared personal information, 24 students shared professional information, and 50 students shared security credentials, and 110 students never shared any information regarding personal, professional, and security credentials. Yeah. Do you accept friend requests on social media from strangers? So this question was asked to know the level of understanding on cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is something that harassing a person through online. So the responses that we got from students are shown in the bar graph. So here only 36 students never accept the friend request that they get from the strangers. So next. So we can conclude that cyber attack is an offensive strategy, and from our survey, we came to know that students are very much vulnerable from social media and online gaming. This can be reduced by taking appropriate measures by installing antivirus software and anti-malware softwares. So from the graph, from the analyzation, we came to know that 34% of the students are non-vulnerable to security breaches or security threats, and 66% of the students are very much vulnerable. That is, out of 200 students, 133 were very much vulnerable, and only 67 students were not vulnerable. So, and as I said, we used machine learning techniques. Here, the data set was divided into training set and testing set. Here, we used 80% of the data for training purpose and 20% of the data for testing purpose. So, when we applied machine learning algorithms, we came to know that the logistic regression gave an accuracy of 73%, random forest classifier an accuracy of 97%, AdaBoost classifier 82.9%, and decision tree 82%, gradient boosting 85%. So we concluded that random forest classifier gave maximum accuracy of 97.56%. So these are the references that we had gone through while conducting this paper.
Okay, ma, no queries.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I call upon Professor Purnima Raikar. Purnima Raikar. I'm calling upon Mrs. Purnima Raikar.
Is that audible, ma'am?
Yes, it is audible now.
One minute. Okay. I'll just share my screen. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
It is just coming up. Yes, it is visible now.
Okay. Shall I start the presentation?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. Myself, Professor Purnima Raikar, under the guidance of Dr. S.M. Joshi, sir, I've done my research work on content-based retrieval for multidimensional object using Euclidean distance and an artificial neural network method. So my abstract ID, paper ID is 03069280306. So these are the contents of my presentation: abstract, objectives, methodology, result, discussion, conclusion, and references. So these are the details of my guide and myself. So actually, our work is based on content-based retrieval. So why we need to, like initially an image will be a noisy image. We have to process the image, and it has three objectives: improvement of pictorial information for human perception and image processing for autonomous machine applications. And why it is important? Now, many applications require estimating similarities between the objects based on shape, texture, and color. So estimating similarity between the geometric shapes want to store, index, or classify or retrieve the objects automatically. So I made a comparison of 2D objects and 3D objects. So 3D acquisition technologies are widely accessible, and large repositories of 3D data are being created. So retrieving and querying of the images in an efficient way is needed to carry out the visual content from the large database, that is retrieving an image from the large database, similar images. And the objective of this work is to develop a feature representation, that is, we have taken a new feature fusion representation where we have used color, texture, and shape features which optimize feature dimensions, and we have developed a content-based, classification-based search and retrieval system, which is scalable, discriminating search indices, robust semantic-based retrieval system, where geometric similarities queries are quickly answered. So we have worked on the data sets like FITS30 and Fruit 360 data sets. The Fruit 360 data sets has the images more than 2000 with the 30 classes of each image set class with 100 data sets. And it has an image with a different rotation, that is different axis. And we have used compared between similarity measures like Euclidean distance and artificial neural network. So experiment results are on various image classes are recorded using these two similarity measures. So for two, and we have used precision or measures. We have used it has in a representation of confusion matrix. Euclid and the methodology used is we have taken an image and we have resized the image, then we have converted into color conversion, that is grayscale image, and then we have applied median filter, and we have applied to select the region of interest. We have applied segmentation for the image by k-means clustering and by and converted into a binary image by thresholding OTSO method. And then we have even applied morphological operations for removal of background data. And then we have selected region of interest. And then we have extracted different features like shape, texture, and color features like color, histogram, color movements. And then in shape feature, we have used histogram of gradient. And in the texture feature, we have used grayscale coherence matrix. Then we have, as we have applied similarity measures for ANN, so I have processed the image by training the image and then tested it for 10 epochs. Then we have compared it for 10, 20 epochs, and then applied it for Euclidean distance for one-dimensional and two-dimensional images. And in terms of Euclidean distance will perform in terms of two-dimensional image, but when we go with the three-dimensional data sets, ANN will perform gave us good accuracy for two-dimensional images and three-dimensional images. So these are the color features what we have extracted. We have individually compared the color histogram features of source image and the destination image, and then we have got the graph for color source image, color RGB color references, and same thing we have done it for three-dimensional data sets where we have got source, reference, and matched image. When we take in terms of color features, this is what we get the graph. So when we are comparing it with two-dimensional 3D objects, the color features in terms of fruits or flower data sets, color features plays an most important role. Then we have used grayscale coherence matrix, like texture of a fruit will be a different in terms of its fruit what we have chosen for the selection. So we have used here apple has a fruit for our experiments. So I've used 9 gray level coherence matrix features like mean, standard deviation, contrast, dissimilarity. These are the differences what we get in terms of pixels. And then we have also used shape features like histogram of gradient. And then we have initial pre-processing we have done, as we have taken an image, we have converted into grayscale coherence matrix, then we have applied segmentation process, then we have chosen a region of interest for two-dimensional and three-dimensional images. Then we have performed retrieval mechanism for two-dimensional images. We have taken an image and we have got a good result. When you compare with three-dimensional image, we have not got that accuracy in terms of Euclidean distance. But when we have taken ANN for similarity measures, both the way, when we take a two-dimensional image and three-dimensional image, it gives you a good performance result. So this is what we get from the result. This is for two-dimensional and this will be for three-dimensional. The image which is in a rotated form, different x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis. And these are the confusion matrix which represents retrieved image in a diagonal form and non-retrieved, non-correct images in a non-diagonal state. So in we have compared it with Euclidean distance and for ANN. So ANN performs as a good result. So what we have concluded is when we go with some machine learning or deep learning algorithms, neural network will give you a good results when you compare it with the normal similarity measures like Euclidean distance and that. And this is what we have compared with the different methodologies, different paper sets, and the proposed method when we have used fusion of the features with the different color features, texture features, that is whatever fusion of the image we select for the images, when we take it with the Euclidean distance, the two-dimensional or three-dimensional, it gives you an accuracy of 80 to 75%. And when we take it in ANN, it will give you a good results in terms of two-dimensional data and three-dimensional data. So conclusion is when we consider 2 or 3D images, such as image feature presentation or indexing, query processing, query image matching, and user interactions plays a very important role. And also when image we have tested with similarity measures with two different things, a semantic gap between image similarity outcomes, and it will give you a good whatever in terms of retrieval semantic gap, that is meaning what actually visual contents are retrieved, that will be more depicted in terms of neural network based approaches, that is a deep learning or machine learning approaches. And from the image, from the results, experimental result, we conclude that two-dimensional images will work good with Euclidean distance, but when you compare with three-dimensional, ANN performs good, gives you a good result. So application of machine learning and deep learning concepts to image retrieval will yield you a promising result, which can reduce your semantic gap. So these are the references what we have referred for the work. Thank you.
So can you tell me some applications, ma'am? Purnima, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Sir, content-based retrieval, like when we are searching in a Google search also for a particular data, when I give a particular image, we are retrieving a similar image. So we get a different images also there. So to improve that accuracy, that is the basic part of this work, sir.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to next invite Anvin Vincent, Professor Pradeep Kumar D.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, let me just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. The title of my project is ABCDEWA, a new hybrid algorithm for solving optimization problems. So basically here, what I've tried to do is I'm proposing a new algorithm, which is artificial bee colony algorithm, integrating that with differential evolution and whale optimization algorithm. And this can be used for solving various optimization problems and to find the best solution, that is the minima, with respect to various objective functions. So moving on to the literature review, these are the list of papers which I used as reference for this project. So first paper is the empirical analysis of 5 nature-inspired algorithms on real parameter optimization problems. So over the past few years, nature-inspired algorithms, especially swarm intelligence-based algorithms like artificial bee colony algorithms or firefly algorithms, are being used to solve various optimization problems. And in this paper, analysis of such 5 nature-inspired algorithms have been done, and a comparison of each of these algorithms has been done on optimization problems, and was found that artificial bee colony algorithm was superior in performance compared to the other algorithms. Moving on to the next paper. So this paper, ABCDEFP, a novel hybrid algorithm for complex continuous optimization problems, was taken as an inspiration to develop or to propose this new algorithm, ABCDEWA. So here what happened was that ABCDEFP algorithm was compared with other ABC variants like ABCDE, ABCFP, and the original ABC algorithm. And it was found that this proposed algorithm had a faster convergence rate compared to the other algorithms. And there are other set of papers which I've read. Coming to the abstract. So like I said, here we have a ABC algorithm, and then I'm integrating that algorithm with DE and WA algorithms. And then I'm comparing this ABC algorithm with other ABC variants like ABCWA, ABCDE, and the original ABC. Along with that, I'm comparing this proposed algorithm with Gray-Wolf algorithm and BAT algorithms for certain benchmark problems and up to dimensions of 100, 50, 30, and 10 dimensions. And was found that this strategy outperformed its rivals in terms of the faster convergence speed according to the results. Moving on to the description. So first, an artificial bee algorithm, it has 3 different types of employee phases. First one is the employee bee phase, onlooker bee phase, and the scout bee phase. So in employee bee phase, what happens is that each of the employee bees, they leave their hive and search for a food source within the neighborhood of the existing food source, finds out the best food source, and then comes back to the hive and performs a waggle dance and transmits this information to the onlooker bee. Then the onlooker bee will use this information in order to find out a best food source. And in case if the solution which has been obtained is not the best, and if the trial counter exceeds a particular limit, then it enters the scout bee phase, wherein the solution which has been already selected is dropped, and then the scout bee goes in search of a new solution. So coming to the differential evolution algorithm, it is an evolutionary algorithm which was created by Stone and Rice. And the three different stages of this DE algorithm is mutation phase, crossover phase, and selection phase. Coming to the whale optimization algorithm. So as you can see from the diagram, this algorithm is based on the behavior of humpback whales, wherein so either the whales can search randomly for the prey, otherwise the leader whale can dive down up to 12 meters underneath the surface of the water and search for a prey, and then swim back up to the surface. And any of the experienced whales, they will follow or synchronize with the leader whale and then line up and assume the same stance for each lunge. So for this algorithm, what I have done is in the employee bee phase, I've implemented it using the original ABC algorithm. In the onlooker bee phase, I've implemented the DE algorithm. In the scout bee phase, I've used WA algorithm. Then I've compared this proposed algorithm with the other ABC variants and the bat and gray wolf optimization algorithm on 10 different benchmark functions. These are the list of benchmark functions which I have used. So coming to the results. So from this is just for one function, that is the rastrogen benchmark function. And I've compared the ABC-WA-D algorithm with ABC variants like ABCD, ABC-WA, and ABC, along with GWO and BAT. And as you can see from the results, when I found out the best, worst, mean, median, and standard deviation, ABC-WA-D converges to minimum faster compared to the other algorithms. This is also one of the graphs which I have taken in order to show that if you can see ABCDEW algorithm is represented in red, and it converges to minimum, and its convergence speed is faster compared to the other algorithms which has been plotted here. Coming to the conclusion. So when I used this proposed algorithm and compared it with other ABC variants for different dimensions, it performed the best when it came to lower dimensions, like for 10, 30, and 50 dimensions, and performed average for 100 dimensions. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, no queries, Ma. You can proceed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, presenter. I would once again like to invite Dhanashree Devalkar. Are you there? Would you like to make your presentation? Dhanashree Devalkar. Abdul Mueed. Aditya Bhosle. Bharat Ingale. All right. I would like to inform the session chair that we have one more presentation from Mohammed Salman, who has, as per the agenda, his presentation is tomorrow, but due to a unforeseen reason, he would like to present today. So Mohammed Salman, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
All right, please go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, one to all. I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Myself, Mohammed Salman. My title is Identify Vulnerability in Mobile Banking System Using Vulnerability Assessment and Penetration Testing Tools. I am doing PhD under the guidance of Mr. Professor Rahul Kumar Mishra, sir, from IFTM University, Moradabad. So actually, what I'm doing in this paper, this is basically a comparative study between manual and automation testing tools, right? We find out some vulnerability in web application and mobile applications. So we find out loopholes and faults in many type of. Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible.
Just a minute. Okay. So we find out the faults in mobile and web applications. So in this context, we present nowadays we look number of vulnerabilities are available during Android mobile system, web application, and all the application related to this. So we find out what type of vulnerability is very dangerous to us, because we all know mobile banking system, we're doing transaction system, we transfer data using some mobile applications, web applications. So this is basically number of attackers are available over the internet. So how can we rectify and identify these type of attackers? So basically, I'm doing these things in this paper. We're doing some vulnerability test. We find out vulnerability using some manual automation testing, right? So there is two type of testing are available: manual testing and automation testing. The automation testing techniques, we have a great deal to weakness evaluation devices, which are accessible either a free open source or a paid commercial instrumental with different functionalities. Presently, the principal desired is to pick the best entrance testing device, right? So after the testing, we are doing e-commerce application website. We're doing test in e-commerce applications, cloud applications, and one of the application is available over the internet is a human spy application. This is very dangerous for mobile users. Using this application, they clone your whole phone related to all the data, all the images in your phone, all the calls details, all the OTPs are available after installing this application in your phone. So we're doing tests over these three applications and find out some result. Right, SQL injection, we are doing file uploadation, we are doing using these techniques, directory traversal, authentication bypass using the spy human, cross-site scripting, clickjacking, cross-site request forgery. These all utilities we are using for in a manual testing. And we also doing some automation tool. Using some automation tool, we are also doing some testing over these three applications using Anaxtex, Zap. They are produced by OSMap, Verpsuit. They are introduced by Portswigger and Spy Human. Right? These are some automation tools. Using this tool, you find out which testing is more harmful. This is a graphical representation, right? According to this testing, we find out the manual testing is more reliable, and manual testing is only a single way to find out the 100% accurate vulnerabilities, right? In compared to automation testing. Finally, after doing many experiments or studying using automation and malware testing, as fine manual presentation testing is so much working in terms of correctness on the behalf of mobile or web application expertise information on the device, tools, machines, and system. Pen tester can perform better attack to find Accurate vulnerability using manual testing methods, bypass logging authentication, file upload, XSS, CSRF, SQL injection, clickjacking, browser cache, weakness, and directory traverse attacks. Attacks are found out in web and mobile application and cloud application also. If we discuss about automation testing on the basis of time and money to find out the vulnerability in web application, mobile application, so automated testing method is used, but this is not an appropriate method to find out the accurate vulnerability. So we are using only a manual testing using some codes and techniques. Web and mobile application scanners are used for existing automation penetration testing. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mohammed Salman.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Yeah. So this paper, actually, it's a very good paper. Are you planning for patent?
Yes, sir, I'm going for patent. Actually, I'm doing after finding some loopholes in applications. So my PhD topic is secure transaction system for mobile banking using multi-factor authentication with artificial intelligence. So we are doing something real-time authentication at the time of transaction.
Okay,
at the time of transaction. Right now, we don't use any type of real-time authentication. We're just using the OTP and PIN code.
Yes,
We don't have any real-time authentication system, just like a retina scan, biometric system.
Fine. Yeah. Good. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Are there any other presenters who have been left out that would like to present now? Participants, kindly stay online as I inform you on further instructions. I would like to once again call upon Dhanashri Devalkar. If you are here, kindly please respond. Darshan Bachav. Abdul Mueed. Aditya Bosale. Bharat Ingle.
Yeah, madam. Fatima, madam. Hello.
Sir.
Yeah, what is the conclusion now? Okay, you can conclude, or any other paper presentations are there?
No, sir, there are no other paper presentations.
Yeah.
Track 1, we can conclude with this, sir.
Yes, yes. You can conclude, and the result will be updated. It will be done.
Yes, sir. To all the
Okay.
participants, thank you for participating. So
Yeah.
we'll be updating the results tomorrow in the valedictory function that is happening.
Yes.
Meanwhile, track 2 is still happening. So participants, you could wait in the main hall if required, as we will be announcing once again about tomorrow as well. Or so thank you, participants.
Okay, madam. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. All the best. Still leave our room.
Okay, thus we came to the end of the day 1 of second ICRTEM 2022. We thank all the participants, session chairs, speakers, beloved coordinators, and especially Dr. Sunita ma'am from RRIT. We thank each and everyone who supports a lot for the successful conduction of a day 1 program. So let me announce about the next day program. We'll start tomorrow by 10:30 a.m. with a keynote speech. So I request all to gather tomorrow by 10:30 a.m. Thank you. Thanks, Ronandol.
To all the participants, I would like to thank you for your participation today. Tomorrow, the conference will continue with technical sessions followed by valedictory session, in which we will have the valedictory keynote session and announcement of the best paper and best paper presentation awards about issuing certificates and proceedings, etc. We request you to join the valedictory session too as well. Thank you all for participating on the day 1.